Boys, I'm almost ready. I need to find my allergy spray, my allergy nose spray. Mic test 1 2 3. You guys can hear this, right? Okay, boys and girls, we got a lot to talk about today. Excuse me. Okay, I see the chat's already getting real spicy right now. What's going on, everybody? There we go. What's going on? Hold on, let me just shut this. Let's just shut this real quick. Hey, by the way, should I Is this better? It's a little bit more illuminated. Is this set up better? Probably is, right? A little bit more light. Excuse me. Nah, the other one's better. Oh, my allergies. Maybe this is actually better. Excuse me. Oh, are you sick again? Hi, April. How are you? No, I'm not. I'm not sick. It's my allergies here, man. It's my allergies. It's so. Oh, the cats kick my ass. Long story short, I am deathly allergic to cats, and cat dander, right, is a thing. So I'm good. Shit, I forgot to check in with Hone. Yo. Okay. All right, sorry. Why live with cats? I'm not home right now, guys. For those of you, we're gonna dive into the Ashes talk here in a sec, but for those of you who may not know, I am currently traveling. I'm in North America. Currently, I am in Canada. So I'm actually in Jenny's basement. I'm staying here in Jenny's basement. She's hosting me for a little bit. So I'm here for probably another week or so, and then I'm going to Florida for some family vacation, and that's gonna be good. I will definitely need that 1 week vacation time here right now. Right now, obviously, there's some IRL obligations. Like yesterday, my mod Honed, we took him out. Honed is he's in town. He's visiting. So yeah, we've had a lot to do, but I am still trying to stream as much as I can. But yeah, we're currently in Canada, and then we're going to be heading out to the US in Florida next week, and then probably like a week after that, I will be back home. Well, back in my Korean home, not my Virginia home. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing today? Yo, who just subbed to the channel? Yo, Roy, thank you so much for the first sub of the day. Can we get some hearts in the chat for Mr. Roy? Thank you for the 7 months, man. Can't looking stoned as fuck before gaming. What's the next PvP? Am I? Am I? I did just wake up. That's the thing. I woke up about 30 minutes ago. 45 minutes ago or so. It's funny you say that because no one usually says I look high. But yeah, funny you mentioned t-shirt weather for us New Yorkers. It's like -10 up here, dude. It's so cold. It's so cold right now. Tweaker, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that, man. First time sub time. Thank you, man. Very much appreciated. Wait, how many people need to buy bits and buy subs for the hype train thing to start? Does anyone know? That hype train thing is fucking awesome. That hype train shit is the best. Hold on. No, excuse me. Boom. Okay. Any chance Werewinds Meet? Nah. No plans on playing Werewinds Meet. I don't know, man. It doesn't feel MMO-y enough for me. I am responsible for the downfall of AOC and nobody knows. Please let us know. Narc, hashtag Narc was right. Dude, this is something I'm seeing non-stop. Guys, we need to get to the bottom of this. There are a couple of very, very simple and basic things on my mind. What's up, Phantom? Very simple, very basic things that are on my mind that I want to find out or figure out today on stream. Man, guys, I don't know if I can do the girl voice here. I'll try. I will try. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Hold on. Edit power plan. Change advanced power settings. Let's try this. I genuinely do not know if this is going to be... Guys, my stream might skip. Someone redeemed a female voice. So I will try. Guys, I will try. No guarantees. Okay, no guarantees. Uh-oh. We're not off to a good start, chat. Is this gonna work? I don't know if this is gonna... I don't even know if this shit's gonna work. We'll see. Excuse me. Is Ashes really shutting down? Yeah, it's over for Ashes, man. Suggest getting caffeine. Suggest a caffeine eye cream for your puffy allergy eyes, and those dissolving tablets. Wait, caffeine eye cream. What is this? What is that? Caffeine eye cream is hail. Okay, let's see if this thing actually works.
Party mode has
oh
been
my
unlocked.
Gosh, there it is.
Spam your memes for free.
There it is. The hype train has started, boys.
Attention all viewers.
Thank you, Methodus.
Has been detected.
My boy Methodus, stay for the 5.
Through the lands of Twitch.
Oh my gosh, why is this one there?
Fever has spread to the Kanon exostream. Symptoms might include
Oh my gosh, this
enthusiastic subgifting, peak content, and going insane for the train. It's too late. All aboard the Kanon train.
Have you kept up with Ion 2? I heard it's doing really well in Korea. I haven't logged into Ion 2 for probably 3 weeks or so, maybe a month. I might start looking into it again pretty soon. We'll see. We'll see. It's very likely I won't look into it for another couple months. We're pretty busy. We've got quite a bit for the next couple of months.
Bonus is the hype train.
What's up, Pippin? Wait, can my YouTube chat hear this? You guys are getting... You guys can see the hype train thing, right? Dude, these AI songs go hard.
0 subscribed.
The Kanon train, this is so cringe. What is... This is so cringe. The Kanon train. We can hear it loud and clear. Will you stop playing this one? God damn it.
I was warned. Don't go to Kanon's stream, they said. Face of trying new MMOs. You'll
Why is that in every song? Why is that in every song?
What? They were right. I caught it. And the symptoms are amazing. Type 1 if you're infected by the Kanon train fever. Spread the fever wide and far. Kanon train will raise the bar.
Don't encourage the AI bot, okay?
Time remaining 2 minutes.
This hype train thing is pretty fucking sick, though. I've not played Lost Ark in a while, Blank.
Mathonus is leading this hype train.
Let's go, Mathonus! Macro, thank you for the 5.
Subscribed.
Thank you, brother. Is Project Gorgon any good or dead? I don't know. Yo, what's up, Ninja? Enthused. Thank you for the 11. One more month, sir. Guild Wars 2, #1 MMO out there right now, in my opinion.
Subscribe.
This song does kind of go hard, Kitty. It does.
Time remaining 1 minute.
I honestly don't know how they do. Are these like preload? Oh,
X 12,345. Subscribed.
are you guys choosing these? You guys are choosing these gifts, right?
The Kanon
Like,
train is
who
already
can
too
choose the
far
gift?
to
Who is
stop.
actually choosing the gifts? Is it Mythonis right
Who
now?
among the passengers can keep the fever going?
30
Who has the
seconds.
business?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that today.
is running out.
Ritual.
Who will save the train?
Yo, Sky, thank you for the 6. Sky, thank you for the 6.
X Sky 12,345. Subscribed. There is only
Oh
12
my
seconds
goodness.
left.
I was ready to move
The
on from
hype
this.
train is at level
It's like I feel
4.
like I'm stun locked.
Nevrock
When
is
this
now
when
the DJ.
a hype train plays, I feel like I just can't do
Party
anything.
mode has been unlocked. Spam your memes for free. Anonymous gifted.
Although
a
this is
sub.
since this is like the second time we're messing with this
The hype
thing.
train is at
Level
level
5. Jesus,
Gamer1T
gamer, thank you
is
for the
now the DJ.
thank you for the 5.
Party mode has been unlocked. Spam your memes for free.
Oh wait, everyone gets a spam for free.
Gamer1T gifted
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the gifted. Sky, thank you for the 6 once again.
A stream where only the
I like these
finest
80s.
gentlemen gather,
I like these 80s music.
led by a man
The
too
80s song.
handsome for mortal comprehension.
That's me.
Call him
That's me.
Kanon.
Did you guys hear that? See, AI fucking knows.
Chic, magnet, MMO connoisseur. And his army, oh his army. We don't goon, we simply have a very fine taste.
Yo, this is fucking great, this music.
Man of culture,
Man of culture.
man of culture, man of culture. Kanon at the helm, we follow his lead. Handsome shadows planting cultured seed.
Wasn't this the streamer glazing that scam game?
Good kings with impeccable.
You check my YouTube, bro. All my shit's on YouTube. Gorgon wasn't anything in 2013. It was pre-alpha. Yo, this song is fire, man. This, guys, this describes our channel. We are men of culture. Dude, this is great.
Refined taste, we know the way. Man of culture, here to stay. Pretty guys across the chat tonight.
What is this? Wait, what do you mean? Pretty guys across the chat?
Jawlines catching all the light. Not a single gooner in our sight. Just sophistication burning bright. Are we gooners? Are we gooners? What are we?
Time remaining 2 minutes.
What? What is this song?
We're better than everyone. But when's the last time you saw a community this good looking?
Gym memberships, all active. Protein shakes, consumed. We don't just watch the stream. We appreciate it. With class.
Methodus is the hype train king.
Yo, Methodus, the hype train king, my guy. Polyboy, thank you for the prime. Yo, Gamer T, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the wait. How many gifted? Wait, hold up.
The train.
Offendigoat.
Slowing.
Subscribe.
Wait, did Gamer T gift multiple 5 gifted sub
remaining.
packages?
1 minute.
Will demonstrate true culture.
You didn't
Send the
gift
bits.
35.
Gift
Did
the
you get
subs.
40 subs?
Save this train with dignity. Who will prove they are a man of culture.
Holy shit, my guy showing up. No. Thank you for the 5. Gamer T. Offended, thank you for the tier 1.
Is running out. Offendigoat. Subscribed.
It's kind of random chance to start the trade. It is. I think there's a point system.
There is
The
only
80s music is so
12
good, though.
Seconds left.
Men of culture, by the way. God
Hype train is at
damn!
level 7. Get ready.
Yo.
Party mode has been unlocked.
Holy
Spam your memes
shit!
for free.
Offended Goat, thank you for the 10.
Offendigoat dropped a payload of 10 subs.
This motherfucker dropping a goddamn payload in the chat, man. Jeez, I love how it's like he dropped a payload.
Stick with it.
God damn, will you stop? I swear to God, you guys need to stop.
Why play one
Stop!
when I can play them all?
You guys need to get rid of this gift.
Kanon.
I swear to God.
And
I
every
swear
game
to
I
God.
touch becomes the best.
I ain't complaining, Pencil. I am not complaining. Men of culture, they're
Pepsi. Subscribed.
What is this Japanese? Did you guys hear that Japanese? Dude, the 80s go fucking hard. This synthwave 80s, this retro 80s, man. Yo, Pepsi, thank you for the 3 months, sir. Appreciate that very much. Unknown user,
We
thank
have
you
a
for the
new
10.
top supporter. Offendigoat has defeated Methanus.
Oh, oh, oh. Thank you guys for the bits. Unknown user, 200 bits. Thank you. Dathina, thank you for the 10. 80s was it, man. The 80s was it. It was it. Wait, this is the song from yesterday. I think it's the same.
The
No,
hype train
it
is
reset.
at level 8. Oral XP is now the DJ.
Yo, Oral, yeah, Orel, thank you,
Party
man.
mode has been unlocked. Spam your memes for free.
Dathina, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back.
Death
Orel, thank you for the 10, brother.
Subscribed.
Thank you so much for the 10 gifted.
Oral XP dropped
Thank you,
a
brother.
payload of 10 subs.
Ooh, 10 gifted subs. We're at level 8. That's insane. Guys, we are at a level 8 hype trade. Y'all are insane.
To give everything.
Ashes shutting down. It's popping us off, man. What kind of coffee? This is just regular black coffee. Y'all need to stop playing this gift, okay? Play this one. Men of culture. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Why is it in the fucking corner? Why is it in the corner? Talking cancellations? Yeah. As soon as this hype train is over, but my chat's going crazy right now. They're popping off. What is this song? I haven't heard this one, guys. Can you explain why Ashes is dead? Yeah, everyone stopped. They called it quits. That's why it's dead.
The machine demands more. Thrust the bets!
We're gonna be talking about Ashes here in a bit. We're gonna be talking about it here in a sec. As soon as this hype train is over. Burgers or kebab? Burgers all day. Burgers all day.
Offendigoat remains unchallenged.
Offendigoat, the king. Wait, Offendigoat, do you get to choose just one song or do you get to keep changing the songs? How does this work? Yo, Pure, sing for the sub. Appreciate you, man.
Pure surprise.
Steven said board members' decision. Yeah, bullshit. We'll see. We'll see. We're gonna talk about that, Subaru. I want to talk about that. You shot him because I heard Ashes is WoW killer. Yeah, it is. You'd have to change categories from Ashes to DJ. If you use bits through the extension, you can push it to the next level and choose the song.
2 minutes.
Ooh. We got 2 minutes left. I don't know if we're gonna make it to level 9, boys, and that's okay. We've got some Ashes to talk about. I appreciate y'all for coming in and supporting this hype train, though. Thank you, boys. Thank you. We're up to 41 subs already today. Huge. I'm very happy because this garbage of a game is shutting down. First they sell the key for 250, 120, 49. The only thing I feel sorry for are the people who trusted them and gave them so much money. What about the people that were employed by the company? People that lost their jobs, no? If you could pick one MMO to play, which would it be? If I could pick one MMO to play, and that MMO is going to be populated no matter what, I would choose Arcage. Vanilla Arcage. What's up, Kanon? I see apparently they are getting ready to close the studio. It's over. It's Jover. It's Jover for Ashes, boys. It's Jover for Ashes, man.
Time remaining.
Well, except for those who lost their jobs, not except for Steven, though. Yeah. Arcage Unchained. Nope, not Unchained. Okay, this song, not as good. Some of these other songs are really good. This one's just kind of mid. DJ Worrell
is currently our top supporter.
Huge. Offendigo, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for that support, brother. Stevie even left the AOC Discord. Shut up. Did he really?
Time is running out.
No, did he really?
Oil the machine. Keep it going. Oil the machine.
Oil the machine.
Don't let it stop.
There is only 12 seconds left.
That would be a great time for a Narc video, right? There it is, boys. Thank you for pushing the hype train. Oh!
The hype train
it continues.
is at level 9.
It continues.
Offendigoat is now the DJ.
It continues. Wait,
Party mode has been unlocked.
Oh
Spam
my gosh.
your memes for free.
Offendigo, thank you for the
anonymous
8.
Gifted 8 subs.
Jeez. That's 16. What? Yo, Offendigo, are you good, bro? No. Yeah, that's 16. Anonymous gifter. Thank you for the 8 gifted. Offendigo, thank you for the 8.
They call him Kanon.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Yes. I want to see these. I want to see these gifts on the screen, boys. I want to see these gifts on the screen. Mello, thank you for the 25. Offended. Thank you for the 1 billion subs, man. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, sir. A corporate display. What is this?
Korean grind is on the line.
Korean grind is on the line.
Jenny's gotcha says you're mine.
Jenny Gotcha says you're mine?
Every time, best MMO of all time.
What a great song.
There are 9 levels remaining. until all-time hype train record.
All-time hype train record. I swear to God, I feel like all these AI songs are just roasting me. They're just roasting me.
Is your MMO struggling?
Oh my
Need some
God.
exposure? Call Kanon XO today. For the right price, he'll main your game. No questions asked.
Yo, what the fuck is this song? What the hell?
Subscribed.
Oh shit. I don't know how to link the song. I don't even know how these are generated. The only thing I know is when we set up this app, we are to send some information about our streams and about us. And they just, I don't know what they do, but like I guess they generate songs somehow from a prompt, maybe? I don't know. I've never heard this song and I have no idea how to even download. I don't even know if this song is gonna be like saved or if this is just generated right now and then gone. I actually have no idea.
Subscribed.
Wait, chat.
All I know is it keeps fucking roasting me. Yo, Turks, Mello, thank you guys so much for the subs. Rule, save for the 5. We're never gonna, guys.
Is at level 10.
We just hit an all-time high.
Is now the DJ.
Rule, thank you for the gifted
Party
subs.
mode has been unlocked.
Okay, listen, I don't think we're gonna even ever get to Ashes at this point. I'm not complaining. I'm actually not complaining at all.
Gifted 5 subs.
Master it.
The high train leader can choose the song. Are there? How many options do you have, or are you selecting prompts?
I am Kanon, and every game I touch becomes the best MMO ever.
This is it. We heard. Okay, so they do save. This is. We heard this one day one. This one we heard in day one. This is the good one. This is the best one.
Subscribed.
There's loads of songs. This is the best song that I heard so far. This song's low-key fire. I need this song. Like, I'm not even kidding. I need to download the song. I need to figure out what song this is. What can I do? Mark? Maybe mark the stream? Flip the stream?
There are 8 levels remaining until all-time hype train record.
Every download steals my soul. Loading, waiting, can't explain. Every game rewires my brain. Best MMO ever. Every single time. Best MMO ever.
So good.
Joining's paradigm.
So good. This is the best fucking song I've heard all year. I'm not even kidding. This is it. I'm downloading this fucking song and I'm gonna use it as my starting soon screen.
Offendigoat maintains.
Dude, I love how
on the
this song is
leaderboard.
playing while we're sitting in the Ashes of Creation category. Ironically enough. I've got Ego's video up.
Fantasy hits the spot. Throne and liberty. Why not?
This song is so good.
Main, best MMO.
Here we go. Main.
Time remaining 2 minutes.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Yo, thank you for the level 10 hype train, boys. Thank you, boys. Thank you for making this fun. Y'all showed up. Y'all showed up for your boy. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys.
What game am I playing right now?
Kaggle.
Check the title.
Thank you for the prime.
Oh, yeah.
Turks, once again. Mello, once again. Rules. Appreciate the 5, man. Offendigo, thank you for the 1 billion subs.
Kanon's between games again. Download stuck at 99%.
Amarith, thank you. Thank you for the sub.
Prime the gift. Who'll keep this alive until the next best MMO ever.
Make it bigger?
Step up.
Make what bigger?
Pretty.
Oh, I did not. Who won?
Time.
Who won that fight? Did
remaining.
Stevenson win?
1 minute.
Name of the song? I have no idea.
Game for fun, paid streamer accusations. I'm the one. MMO homeless, wearing the crown. Every server, every town. Pay to win, I fund the dream.
30 seconds. Time is running out.
And while I'm wailing, as hail this cash is raised. MMO ever. Every single time.
This song is so good.
There
This
is
song
only
is so
12
good.
seconds left.
It's actually so good. Well, let's be the new opening song. If I can manage to download it, it will be. 07's in the chat, guys. Thank you so much for the level 10 hype train. You guys are the best. I think that was our all-time
This
high.
hype train was legendary.
It was legendary. Yo, guys, thank you so much for making my day. You guys are the best. Best MMO ever. Dun, 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 dun. Holy shit, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. That was fire. That was fucking fire. Now play it again. I can't. I don't know how. And now I gotta turn on the female voice. Hold on. This might blow up my computer. I don't know. Last time it did. But I've got a big cooler now, so we'll see. Let me see. Someone redeemed a voice changer. Don't do it. Well, I want to see. I want to test the bounds here.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. There's gonna be a slight desync. Does this work? Are you guys hearing it? Let me hear. Does this work? Are you guys hearing it? Yeah, it is working. There's less desync. This is an updated program, but it's using a lot more resources. Such a delay? Well, this is actually a pretty tight delay considering the quality. Keep in mind, I've got a lot of processes running. What the fuck is this? This is a voice changer redeem option I have on my channel. My channel can redeem their channel points and change my voice into a female voice. But there's a little bit of a desync delay because obviously AI isn't instant right. Well, like it'll eventually be, but it can't be right now. This is what then VTubers do. They do. Hold on. Let me give you guys. Let me see. VTuber debut. Do you guys find me cute? Ooh woo. How'd that sound? Did that sound okay? Do you guys find me cute? Oh my gosh. Ooh woo. That sound okay? Do you guys find me cute? Oh my gosh. Ooh woo. Oh, by the way, the laugh just now probably sounded scuffed because you can't. AI right now is a little, yeah, it's not super accurate with laughing. That's how you can really tell. By the way, if you're watching a VTuber and you're not sure, just ask the VTuber to laugh, or pay attention to when the VTuber laughs. You said, yeah, Jenny, you say I would do great as a VTuber? I know you're female, that's not true at all. How much do you pay to... How much do you have to pay top turn it off? I guess you can use a channel point redemption too. It's only 2 minutes, it's over now.
It's over now. It's over. It's over. That's it. I won't stop this. I gotta hit stop because it's using a lot of resources. It didn't blow my computer up though. Fuck, this cooler is so good. This cooler is actually goated. Okay, guys, listen up. Listen up. I'm gonna go grab some coffee because I finished my first glass, my first cup, and we're gonna start the Ashes segment. Okay, we're gonna dive right into it. All right. I'll be right back, boys. Don't go away. Don't go anywhere. Oh, you can check out my my Dragon Sword video. Right now we are in an ad, so just give me a sec. All right, boys, it's time. How many of y'all are impacted or were impacted by what happened with Ashes. How many? I want to know how many Ashes of Creation mains we have in the channel, or if my chat currently primarily consists of hate watchers that are here to have their moment in the sun, that believe they are the chosen one that called it when no one else called it, despite a lot of other people calling it. How many of you guys are in here to have your moment in the sun? Or how many of you guys are here? Hate watchers, stand up. Yo, okay, do me a favor, boys. I want you to type hate. I want you to type X in chat if you're a hate watcher here to listen to the drama. Type O's in chat if you are legitimately impacted by this. Tell me, type O in chat if you are an Ashes of Creation community member and whether or not you like it or you dislike it, whether or not you're sad or happy. Type O's in the chat so I can see how many of you guys are actually playing and impacted by this. Oh, we got our first formal apology, boys. We got our first formal apology. I would like to apologize to the hate watchers. I should have listened. Hey, can we get some... Guys. So DevOps just formally apologized to you guys, the hate watchers, for not listening to you. To that you say what? To that you say... To that you guys say what? Give me some claps in the chat if you acknowledge. Let's see some claps in the chat if you acknowledge. Respect accepted. We forgive you. Oh, this coffee tastes pretty good. This coffee does taste pretty good. I'm not hate watching. I just lost $23 and I have 14 minutes. Wait. You have 14 minutes of gameplay time? And you purchased it on Steam. Why didn't you just refund it? You can refund it. If you've played for less than 2 hours, you can refund any game. Mr. Stoops is down $400 today. $400 today. I wouldn't say I'm a hate watcher, but I knew the economics of the game. Okay, I'm actually looking forward to diving into this. I am actually looking forward to diving into this. So guys, I've got a few videos pulled up ready. Here's the thing. I've been staying away from a lot of this as much as I can so that we can have more of a real first impressions react from me as we go through this. Now, obviously I've read a few things, obviously, right? But I wouldn't say I'm completely caught up. But I want to. I want to get caught up. We're obviously gonna make a video covering this. I don't know if the video is gonna be just a cut segment of this stream. That would make my life easier. Shout outs to my editor. But yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be just the highlight cut version of this stream, or if I'm gonna kind of sit down and write a script. I'd prefer it to be a highlight of this. I should probably sit down and write down my thoughts in a more organized, focused manner. But fuck, I'm behind a little bit with videos. I don't have very much time. But we'll see how it goes. For those of you who are not caught up to speed, yo, Bot, thank you so much for the 3 months, man. Thank you. So for those of you who are not caught up to speed, as you may suspect from what the chat is saying, the game is dead. It's done. Ashes of Creation is done. It is not technically done in the sense that, like, hey, we have announced that servers will be officially going offline on this day. Like, that hasn't happened as far as I know. Maybe it has. Again, I've been staying away from this as much as I can so that we can dig into it today. But from my understanding, from last time I saw, they haven't actually said that, but it is. It's you know, the writing's on the wall. Everyone's done. Even the people that are on the team are pretty much like, yo, it's done. So it's done. Okay. I think it's safe to say the game is done. All right. I want to dig into this thing because what I would like to know is this. What I would like to wait. I should hit record. Do I need record? No. No. I think I should be fine. My editor could probably cut this up. Yeah. I'm gonna have him just download this. So here, what I would like to know today, chat, what I would like to know today is the big question that isn't so big for a lot of you guys now. Was this all just a scam? Sure, you could argue it doesn't matter because it's over now, but I think it does matter. Personally, I do. I want to know whether or not this was, because here at the end of the day, guys, there are three options. There are three possible scenarios. Like if we were a jury, obviously we have our preconceived, we have our own assumptions, right? But if we're to kind of put our investigative hats on for a second and sit down, there are three. Let's get to the bare bones of this. So we've got three options. Option number one: this was a fucking scam. Okay, black and white, clear as day. It was a scam. Option two is whatever it is Steven's saying. I think, like, I did read his post, obviously, but again, we're gonna dive into it a bit more. But option two is that Steven was put in a position where the company got away from him, didn't like the direction of the game, and is deciding to shut it down. That is option number two. So I'm pretty sure that's what he said, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. Pretty sure that's what he said or claims. Or option three is that something happened that cannot be disclosed, right? And the intention was to still make a game. Absolutely difficult to say for me to believe that it wasn't a scam, or at least it wasn't a scam. So what I'd like to know, like I said, is whether or not this was a scam. And for me, right, it starts with, wait, hold on. First and foremost, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. Can someone link me the statement that he made? Let's pull it up because I want to make sure I'm getting his statement right. It's not a scam, but it's gummy. See, here's the thing, Chungus, and again, take this from someone who's always given them the benefit of the doubt. It's hard for me to believe it's not a scam right now. Right? It's hard for me to believe that. Does anyone have a link to the to the official? Because I even tweeted it, but I'd rather just click on a link in my chat. Here you go. Thank you. Appreciate that. Steve and his husband were on the board, so it's confusing. Okay, so let's do this. All right, let's see. Looks like okay. So this is the official statement that I saw myself yesterday. I'm going to say this one more time for those of you who may not know or who are just tuning in. I tried my best to stay away from a lot of this yesterday as much as possible so that I can have more of a real react. So a lot of this I'm going to be seeing for the first time, okay? Just so you know. But obviously I wasn't able to get away from all of it, right? All right, so I can make limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name authority to decisions I could not ethically support. Following my resignation, much of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue WARN Act notices and proceed with a mass layoff. I cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to ongoing legal governance matters. What I can say is that developers and staff acted in good faith, deserve better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I'm incredibly dismayed at this situation. Okay, so this is, yes. Intrepid. Yep, this is what I saw. So here's what we could do. God damn the flashbang. What is it? This? John Moore terminated active. I believe this is it. This is bizfileonline.sos.ca.gov. So yeah. I have the, yeah, so it's the same one. This is the extent of what I saw yesterday, which was this. I went ahead and went to the website, pulled this up, saw it is what it is. Okay, so for those of you, now every state is different, okay? Every state is different, but for those of you who have made LLCs in the past, you might be familiar with these state websites, right? Where your LLC is going to be registered. So, and some of you guys may not be familiar with this, okay? And I'm not going to sit here and claim to be an expert, but I do have some experience in this. This being creating LLCs, creating companies. I've made one in Korea. I still have one running in Korea. I have two, I believe, LLCs in the US active. At one is still active. Two LLCs. Yeah, two, maybe three actually. No, it's just two LLCs in the US. One from the state of Florida, one from the state of Virginia. And I also made an LLC in the equivalent of an LLC in China. Okay, so this right here is pretty much like these are official docs, right? What's an LLC? It's a business. It's a company. There are different types of companies, right? LLC is like it's a company that you, a pretty basic company. Yeah, it stands for limited liability. So this right here, these are the major players that are on the board. Okay, this is it. This is the board. So when Steven is saying, when I'm looking at this saying that the board began directing actions, he is the board. Him and John Moore, whoever John Moore is. So this means that if we're taking what he's saying at face value, that means that John Moore somehow has more or higher authority over Steven and his seat, his husband. Okay, well, regardless of who it is, it means that John Moore, this individual, has more authority, higher authority than Steven, and his seat counts as two seats somehow. Okay, because keep in mind, chat, every company can be structured differently. But if we're going based off of the default structure that most companies follow. Inaccurate. The board is private equity. Just relax, Hiker. Let me finish. Please don't be that guy. Hiker Freak, let me if you're gonna chip it, if you're gonna come in and just be like inaccurate, like the Reddit, will you at least let me finish my fucking, okay, let me just finish here, okay? So the board, okay, now this doesn't make sense on a lot of levels because Steven Sharif is the CEO. Again, if we're going based off of like default roles, the CEO is who controls the decisions. And the person that essentially keeps him in check is the board, and the people that keep the board in check are the shareholders. Okay, so the CFO, the CFO, again, every company can delegate different roles, different positions, different role, whatever, right? But if we're going off of the default, this position here is the guy that this is the guy that's in charge of the finances. Finance CFO. That's what CFOs do, right? The CEO is the person that makes the decisions, that actually makes the decisions of the company. Okay, so the CEO goes out, does something, thinks it's the best for the company, and for him to get overridden, for him to be put in check, like for his decisions to be reversed, that comes from a majority decision from the board. Again, the problem is he is the board. It's hard for me to believe that he has less power than John Moore, especially as the CEO of the company. Doesn't make sense. Okay, so maybe Steven Sharif, right? Maybe he didn't really mean board, and it was just like, you know, even though I feel like the words he's chosen here was very thought out. Even though, right? If this was a mistake and he meant shareholders, that would be like, for me reading this, the only out that he has, okay, is that there are shareholders that are involved that are not listed on this document. And that could be true. It's possible. It's possible. If there are shareholders that are present, right, that own the majority of his company, then it is absolutely possible for Steven and John Moore both to be pushed into doing things that they don't want to do. But generally the way that happens is that the CEO gets fired, right? The board, they're like, the board, the shareholders like, we don't like the way you're taking our company. We're going to replace you. That's generally how it works. Okay. Again, every company's different. There's a lot of, you know, different areas to this, but I'm just giving you guys a very basic, this is generally how all this shit works type of deal when it comes to dealing with shareholders, CEOs, board. Okay, so you have the shareholders that control the board that controls the decisions of the company, and the CEO that executes the day-to-day decision making. This is the general bare bones. Okay, so Steven Sharif's only out with this is if he has shareholders that actually own the majority of his company. But is that believable? Am I believing that? Honestly, no, I'm not, because number one, he said board. He did not say shareholders. He said board, right? So what, you know, it's like me saying that he's been pushed by his shareholders is really giving him the benefit of the doubt, because he's not even saying that, right? And if he were to change his tune and say, oh yeah, that's what I meant, it's the shareholders, then that's actually very easy to prove. It's very easy to prove. Like I could prove it. Like if I could easily prove all the shareholders that I have involved in my companies, it's super easy to prove. Like I can absolutely prove that. It's not a big deal. So the only way I believe personally, based off of what I've seen right now, and again, I'm going just off of the objective information. I'm not letting the Reddit noise, which we're going to dive into here, like all of the other outside noise. We're going to hear this. We're going to look into this. Like, I don't know who the fuck John Moore is, all that shit. I know you guys are saying it's his husband. I don't give a fuck. Okay, great. Because you can get fucked over by your husband too, right? Like for me, looking at this before I form my opinion, or as I'm forming my own opinion, I want to form it based off of objective information. And right now, the objective information that's present in front of me lead me to believe that this was absolutely a fucking scam. Like there's just, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no shot. Like if you had, like, you know what I mean? Like Like if I'm looking at this and just looking at the facts, there's no, in no world, right? Like, so you have a game that charged a lot of money over the span of 9 years and then had a Steam early access launch and then decides to shut down a couple months after. So that timeline already looks sus. Okay, is there room? Is there a world where you just unfortunate timing? Sure. Okay, then let's go to the sheets here. Let's go to the, again, objective information in front of us, and the objective information is telling me, and I'm willing to change my mind on this if more evidence is shown. Like I said again, I've not looked into this very much. I'm giving you guys my initial out the gate thought right now based off of just what I have in front of me, which isn't much, to be fair. But no, actually I take that back. I think it is a lot. Like this is literally the official information, right? And you can clearly see that these two people are the only ones involved, and Steven Sharif is the CEO. Like the CEO is like, you know what I mean? And and I just know for a fact that 99% of the time in American businesses, okay, when you have a board of two people and the person, right? And one of those people is the CEO, the only people that can push this person into doing something he doesn't want to do is the majority, majority ownership of the shareholders. It's the shareholders, right? It's who owns majority equity of the company. Like, that's it. It's like if I own 51%, if I'm a private shareholder that's not listed on this sheet and I own 51% of Intrepid Studios, I could force him to do things. I absolutely could. It's like you either do this or you get fired, right? This is a very basic, simple structure, order of operations. You know what I mean? So I find that hard to believe. I absolutely find it hard to believe based off of this. Like, what, you know, I think it's up to Steven Sharif to prove his innocence. It's simple, man. Just if it's the shareholders, which you're not saying it even is, that's literally me putting words into his mouth. If it's the board, it's already game over. I mean, that's what he said. If it's shareholders, then okay, prove to us that you have shareholders that own majority of your company. It's that simple. You know what I mean? Like, we have enough objective information in front of us to actually come to a conclusion, right? Like, there's enough. It's literally here, guys. Like, there's no disputing this. He's the CEO on a board of 2. He's the only one on the board according to Reddit. The only, guys, again, like I said, based off of this information, the only thing that could force Steven into doing something, the only people that could force Steven into doing something is if he has private investors that own majority equity in his company. That is the only way. And that is just extremely difficult to believe. Like for me, it's very much okay, I'm cutting out all the noise and bullshit for a second. Let's take a look at who has the decision-making power. That's what it comes for me. That's what it comes down to me. Like when I do business and stuff, like I always want to know who is responsible for making this. What is going on? I've dealt with many CEOs before where they felt like they were forced to do something, and generally there were shareholders behind that decision, right? But it's very easy for a CEO, it's very easy for a CEO to push blame on someone when it was his decision. If that's true, then the entire story of him funding exactly Belfast. That's what I'm saying, right? It's like, okay, if Steven comes out and he's like, I actually don't have majority ownership in my company, and there are private shareholders that own majority of the company, then number one, that I don't believe that right now, because number one, he said board. You didn't say shareholders, you said board. There's a difference, guys. There's a big difference between the board of directors and shareholders. Okay. First of all, you said bored. Second of all, the narrative has been there for the 9 years, for the decade that this game has been under development for, which is most of the funding is coming from him. Now, obviously, if he's doing most of the funding, that doesn't always mean that, you know, that doesn't always mean or prove that he is majority ownership. It is entirely possible to invest $100 million into a project and then sell fucking 50% of your equity for $2,000 to someone. It is possible. Is it likely? No, it's not likely. So again, based on, for me, looking at all the information in front of us, I would bet the house that this was a scam so far. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything that I've said right now, there's no fiction to it. It's not an opinion, right? Well, I've told you guys my opinion, but what I'm basing my opinion off of is not some Reddit thread where there's some dude is like, oh, it's his husband or something. No. I'm going off of this legal fucking document in front of me. I don't like the only thing that saves it for me, that saves Steven from this, in my opinion, is if he can prove that there's shareholders that forced his hand. That's really it. I'm guessing he got debated by his board. This is his board. There is no board. There is no board. And again, even if there are a board of directors that aren't listed here, for some reason, even if there are a board of directors, guys, listen. Even if there are a board of directors, okay, he's the board. I know. But here, even if there are a board of directors, right? The board would not be on the document. Okay. So Sergey, so again, let me make this a little bit more clear. Okay, so what I'm explaining to you guys is a very basic, a very basic breakdown of what usually happens in most LLCs. Okay, and most smaller companies. I know this is a bigger company, right? It's entirely possible that they have a separate board of directors that aren't listed here, right? It's entirely possible that there are private investors in this that own equity in this company that are not on this. Okay, the point that I'm making is that all of that like first and foremost, like, this is like the general structure. If you make an LLC, the people that are making the decisions in your LLC is likely to be listed here. That's what I'm saying, right? So if it's not, it's totally possible that they do have a separate board of directors that aren't listed here. Usually that's not the case, but it's totally possible. But the likelihood of that is very low. And if it is the case, again, the people that control the company are the shareholders, right? Unless it's China, where the company is actually determined by the board. It's different. It's weird. I had to deal with this. I went to court in China because of this. I had lawyers. I mean, okay, that's a different conversation. But in the US, again, everything is general. Is it possible to make an LLC in the US where everything is controlled by the board? It absolutely is. But again, all of this is just, no, this is not usually how things happen. Okay, it's very simple. There's a board of directors that are and the people that are on the board, the officers, the directors, they're generally listed on this document. If they're not, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, the board is again, generally speaking, controlled by whoever owns majority of the company, who owns the largest equity share. So if that's Steven, essentially what I'm saying is all this director and all this board noise, the only relevance is that he did say board, but like, none of that matters, because what matters is who owns the majority of the company. What probably matters is who owns the majority of the company, and it should be him. He should be the person that owns majority of his company, right? Like, either or. It's just like all of these things, there's just no way. This is the wrong company. The LLC is from a few months ago. Intrepid Intrepid has a real board. Don't trust Reddit. I'm not going. I just looked up Intrepid Studios here. This is an active. Whoops. This is an active company as per this website. It's active. Initial filing date 2015, and it's still active. I mean, unless this is not the LLC that owned this this company right here, this corporate. Is it a corporation? Yeah. Unless this is not the company that owns Intrepid, which is entirely possible. That's possible. Okay, so do you got now all of that is pretty much what I was thinking, or what I am thinking out the gate. Like I said, I haven't looked into this at all, and I want to do that on stream here. So let's see. Guys, shoot me the links now. Let's look into this. This is I'm just explaining to you guys my initial thinking, my initial opinion on this at first glance. I'm willing to change my mind on these things. I'm willing to be educated on this matter. I'm not a financial expert. I'm not a corporate expert. I do not claim to be. I do have experiences with smaller businesses, obviously, with investments, with dealing with a board, dealing with shareholders. I do have personal experience with this across 3 different countries. So obviously my understanding of it is pretty entry level for sure. But as far as I know, shareholders, equity owners, equity ownership versus CEOs slash board of directors, it's generally the same shit. Say that I did. What is this? Intrepid. Yeah. Intrepid Studios. This is what I looked at before. No? Or is this a different? I killed AOC. That's right. Hold on. This is it. Hold on. Let me read this first before we get too ahead of ourselves. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Okay. Sorry. All right, what did he say? I think as a player that wait, this is 4 years ago. I think they're as a play. Wait, what the fuck? This is 2 main aspects of Ashes that has people excited. First, what we are making, basically risk versus reward. Not everyone is a winner. Second, who we are. We are governed by greedy corporate overlords. I'm funding the projects to no investors or board to answer to. No, yeah, but guys, this is 4 years ago. Like I don't know. For me, guys, this is a nothing burger. This is 4 years ago. This is 4 years ago. This just tells us that up until 4 years ago, it wasn't governed by anyone. It's entirely possible that Steven sold shares of his company. It's entirely possible that they restructured the operational structure of their nothing. This doesn't matter. You never changed the statement, at least. Yeah, but I mean, I've made statements in my YouTube thing where I didn't go back and change, right? What I'm saying is this does not mean that it's going to be like this forever. That's not how it works, okay? And again, I'm looking at this. I think I'm pretty neutral in this. Right now I'm on the side of the fence that believes this was a scam now. But this does not prove that it was a scam. That doesn't prove that it was a scam. Did you see mods unbanning people doing RMT in game? No, I don't care. I don't really care. This entire marketing is based off of this statement, but yeah, yes, I absolutely agree. Which is the reason why, right? What's up, Nico? Which is part of the reason why I'm not believing what is happening. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like I am not believing this. Like his response here is so crucial for me. Like if his response here is I'm shutting this down because you know, TLDR, it was harder than expected. I thought we could do it, but we're negative cash flow every single month. We're in the red significantly, and the ground that we have to make up and where we have to get to in order for this to actually be a fully functioning game is it's like it's so far ahead that I cannot afford to continue funding the project. If he said something like this, then it would still garner people believing that it was a scam, 100%. But at least that, in my opinion, would still in my mind be like, okay, well, it could be true. That could be possible, right? It is possible that someone that's never done this before decides after 10 years, fuck, it's harder than I thought, I guess I can't do it. But that's not what he said. That's not what he said, right? He said that the company control shifted away from him and the board began directing actions. That's that. So he's now told us exactly what the deal is. So, okay. It's very easy. If you want, like, none of us are going to believe this until you can prove that there is an actual board that happens to not be controlled by. So what Steven needs to do is he needs to prove that there is a private board of directors that does have decision making over him, despite him having the CEO title. Number one, that's a stretch. Number two, he then needs to prove, if that is the case, that he does not own majority ownership of majority equity in his company. Because if he did, then he would control the board that is pushing him away. You see what I'm saying? So you have the shareholders, the people that own equity in his company, and then the board, and then the CEO within that board. So as the CEO, he's saying that the board cannot. The board is pushing him into doing things, which seems like bullshit, but let's just say it's true. Then it's like, well, you still have this, right? Do you not? So he's essentially saying the only scenario where Steven has an out with this is if he can prove that he no longer owns majority of his company from an equity standpoint, and that there is a private board in which he does not have control over as CEO. These are the two things he needs to do in order to prove to us that this was not a scam. I don't think, like, if you're looking at this, what are the odds that he can do that? That's kind of the way I'm looking at it. At this point, why does he need to prove anything? It doesn't matter. The studio and the game is over. Unless it comes to a court case, he won't do anything. You're 100%. Yeah, he doesn't need to, for sure. He doesn't need to. But again, as someone who has kind of, like his whole ordeal, Mastern, right? His whole ordeal, this whole thing has always been about transparency and communication, has it not? So you would think that someone who has created a project for the past 10 years, where the central point of that of that project was communication and transparency, you would think that the final chapter of it would include that transparency and communication, right? You see what I'm saying? This is not like an NC Soft where everything is just done privately in-house, a Riot privately in-house where we're never going to get the details. That would make sense that they don't share that information. But Ashes of Creation has always been, we're doing everything. We're giving you guys all the information, you know, like a full transparency type of thing. And then all of a sudden, like the most, you know what I mean? That's that, again, shady behavior, if that's the case. If his husband John has all of the money and they're going through a divorce, maybe that explains it. Still, yes, it would. So yeah, that's why I was saying lag egg. That's why I was saying it doesn't matter if the other person on the board, it doesn't matter that he is his husband or not, right? What matters is when it comes to the board is generally led by the CEO. The CEO makes the decisions, right? And there's a board of, I mean, it looks like there's a board of 2. Again, it's possible that that is not the board, 100%. Like, it's possible that they have different individuals that represent the board privately, behind the scenes, whatever. It is possible. As long as there's like a contract for it, legal documentation, it's possible. Is it likely? No, it's not likely. That's what I'm saying. Especially unlikely based off of these types of messages that sure, it could change, but this is what we were fed over the years. So, you know, that the documentation kind of matches up to that narrative, which is, hey, he's pretty much got full control, you know? So I'm led to believe, yeah, that's probably not the case. This probably is the board. So if this is the board, right, and John Moore, then it's like, it's just so you know, the CFO doesn't control the CEO is the person in the driver's seat, okay, not the CFO. The CFO is in charge of finances. But then you could be like, okay, well, maybe his husband John Moore, or whoever this is, I'm assuming that's not fake news. John Moore owns 51% of the company, and he is the CFO. Sure, that's possible. Yes, that is possible. And again, it falls into the category of me saying the only out that Steven has from this is if there are shareholders, if he can prove that there are shareholders that own majority of his company that forced him as a CEO to do this. And you're saying, yeah, what if John Moore actually owns majority of his company? Sure, it's possible, but that's easy to prove. Like, you could literally, bro, it's so easy to show that you don't own majority of your, you know. It shows that Steven doesn't own Intrepid as of January 14th. Okay, great. So does it show who owns it? Is it this? Oh, why do we care who owns it? It's Steven that we deal with, because the people that own the game decide. Steven is saying that he was pushed into Steven is essentially saying that he would that he lost control of his company, and the new owners of his company are taking this in a direction that doesn't line up with him ethically, and he's stepping down because of it. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, that's it. She was the CEO of the health MLM scam shut down by the government. Okay, so Karen L. Barreco. Anyone have comms on who this is? Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're gonna do Gorgon. We're gonna be doing Gorgon. There's a fresh start server that just opened up yesterday. Then you move to Vema. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look at this. Sorry. All right. So data information: Steven Sharif. Secured party information: Karen. Okay. All right. Let me pull this up for y'all. Better, right? Everyone in this inner circle you're seeing at the top of his company are directly linked to all MLM scams that pertain to this Karen person. Read to me, Kanon. No, let me just read through this here. Hi, Teddy. I don't know who Teddy is. Did they really make profit with this scam? Who knows, man? When this broke, I tried to find your stream. Yeah, I couldn't stream yesterday. My mod is in town, so we took him out. Wait, but hold on. I have a question. This is where I'm going to need your guys' help here. Isn't this just the person that would essentially take all of Steven's shit if he defaults? Isn't this just an agreement that this person would take over everything? This is a Leanne for default, right? So we like, okay, like I understand showing me this, but he defaulted on the loans. Oh, is this calling in? Is this? Oh, so here, help me to understand this document. Is this document the official document that's calling in to collect on the collateral, or is this the documentation that shows if he were to default, it goes to this person? Which one is it? I can't tell. File 11426. A couple of weeks ago. Basically, first, I'm sorry, I forgot what I asked at first. Which one did I say first? The company has 5 active liens against him. On that page, several are lapsed and refiled. But TLDR, as was in the case of Yaya, oftentimes they do an equit pledge to secure financing. Her name is only on it because she was the GOV at the time. She no longer has that job, and the gov is. This describes the collateral, right? So this is just saying that if, again, please correct me if I'm wrong. This document is just stating that if Steven or Intrepid defaults, then this is the collector. Is that right? Correct. Okay, so I don't know why, like, okay, so I guess the only damning evidence would be, and it's not even damning, it's just like, it's like, hey, the person that would collect on this shit is this Karen person who has some kind of MLM tie, right? Like, this doesn't. Employee email states the company is out of finances. Wouldn't that mean it's defaulted? Yeah, of course it could, if they're saying they ran out of money, right? Sure. But okay, so I guess we're just so for me, right, like what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not this was a scam. So I don't like this document here doesn't tell me that Steven was forced to, like, someone has control over his company. Here he said his game was funded. He did, which is, again, part of the reason why I think this is now a scam. But like, this documentation, please educate me if this is damning evidence. Like, I don't see how this piece of document is proof that Steven had his hand forced. This just shows that, yeah, someone's gonna collect. Like, what I want to know is if it's bullshit whether or not Steven's hand was forced, because as of now it seems like it is. Based off of what's in front of me, the documents that are in front of me, it sounds like it's bullshit. It sounds like this is just not true. It sounds like, based off of what I see, I'm led to believe that Steven decided to shut this down, and it's his decision to. Whether or not it stems from him just realizing he can't do it, or if it was a scam to begin with. Like, for me, it starts with whether or not he was the one that decided to shut this down or not. And I don't see, based off of what's in front of me, it just seems very clear that it's very, like, the evidence leads to him being the one that decided to shut it down. Right? Like, I don't know. Maybe I misinterpreted the person that linked me this, but I thought if whoever linked me this was linking me this to show, hey, look, he doesn't own his company. See, look at this document. No. That's not what this. No, like, this is what happens when shit hits the fan. Right? This document doesn't tell me that Steven Sharif does not own majority of his company. This isn't showing me who owns equity in his company. That's the most important thing, because I want to know whether or not this is true, and this is only true if he doesn't own majority equity in his company. Like, guys, am I looking at this the wrong way? Please let me know. Like I said, I am not a corporate expert. I just have entry-level experience as a small business owner. Please let me know. Am I off on this? Is this a bad way of looking at it? Please let me know. Educate me on it if it is. I want to know. That's why we're doing this react. I genuinely want to know. Steven and anyone else at the top are 100% involved in the fraud. They spent years milking people for the outcome. Plan surely hit. I mean, that could be the case. Yes, you're looking at it the wrong way. He's been lying for a decade. What is him lying? I don't understand. So Fire Strike, how am I looking at it the wrong way? And what relevance does that have to do with lying? I don't understand I don't know what you mean there. I'm no expert in that area at all. I just think if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and talks like a duck, it's a duck. You don't need to use. You don't need a document. Use common sense based on this series of events. No, you're not wrong, Dare. You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, you could obviously. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why we have the opinion we do, right? Oh, shit, fucking ad. Are there ads with VODs? Oh, it's this. Okay. Read this. It's really good. Okay, let me watch this first. Just pulling this up for you guys. Hold on. Ads of creation. Another MMO down. 2 MMOs down in 1 year. That's sad, man. Sad. It's a sad day. It's a fantastic day for less dogshit MMOs to scam you. I think any event that causes people to lose their jobs, man. Like as someone that loves MMOs, yes, it's good if a scammer is out for sure. But look, man, losing an MMO and people losing their jobs, I personally don't think it's a good day. If you worked in it, you knew. I mean, yeah, if you knew it was a scam and you're working for it, that's different, of course. All right, let's watch this. Sorry, I had to mute the audio.
50 people in December with no pay or PTO. Steven in the chat, this is me reading something that somebody's sending me. They forced the early access launch, then told Steven to terminate 50 people in December with no pay or PTO. Steven and the production directors refused to comply. They fought for 2 weeks in January. Then they forced Steven to terminate only 10 people and refused to pay PTO. Steven paid it himself. Then they voted to terminate 100 people more and outsource a large portion of the game to the Philippines. Steven again refused. He resigned to force the board to reconsider. They brought in a cutthroat CEO to replace him, and the rest of the leadership team resigned in solidarity. Then the board decided instead to try to save it, to terminate the entire team and give the code base to a fully external team for cheaper, paying us no wages or PTO. Once again, to preface this chat, I cannot validate this source. It sounds about right, but I cannot validate this source. I want to make that very clear. This is not me reporting facts. This is not me doing my research and putting it into a edited long form video. This is me literally reading DMs live to you guys. Steven is going to launch a massive lawsuit against the board. They are 4 people from a private equity group, not gamers. No, I will not. I won't reveal you. I won't reveal you. No, I won't reveal you. You're fine.
This is the entire VOD. Oh shit, okay. Let me see this. Oh, nope, not this. Debt for equity swap. Liquidity to pay SATA from Steam launch. Sharif then defaults. Hidden board takes what is theirs. Ooh, this is starting to get juicy. Now, see now I feel like we might be able to get some juice here. This is what I mean, guys. This is what I mean. It's like, who are at the end of the day, see what I'm saying? Debt for equity swap. This is what we need. Because like I'm listening to this and I'm just like, okay, this is just like hearsay. What like for me, I'm still stuck on, does he own majority equity? Like, does he still own the majority shares of his company? Like I like no one has been able to put forth proof that he has lost that. So if he's lost that, because from what he's saying here, if all this is true, then it just means that he did lose equity. He lost equity, right? So I want to know if that's true. Did he? Because if he didn't, then it's on him. If he did, then okay, now we can start try to figure out what exactly happened, right? Now we can, like, I do not want to get on board with this. I was forced to do this because higher ups pushed me into doing this. I don't even want to entertain that unless it could be proven that he doesn't own equity or majority equity. Right? It's like there's no point. It's just a lot. Like, you know what I mean? If I'm trying to tell you, oh, the higher ups forced my hand, and I say that, meanwhile I own like fucking 60% of my business, my company. It's like, what are we talking about here? Nothing. It doesn't fucking matter, right? Sharif was the board. He said so for years. He ran the company into the ground, took debt from Boreko. Couldn't pay, and she could control. The resignation in protest is spin. The house transfer shows he knew it was coming. Backers have no clear path for refunds. Where is all this information surfacing from? I guess they're just from leaks and shit like this, right? Hold on. Hold on. Blink Q. Who's this? Debt for equity swap. In reality, this was frankly sloppily carried out. Do not feel sorry for Steven. The project the project wasn't a passion project. It was a high interest debt cycle. Sharif used MLM style marketing and referral kickbacks to maintain a veneer of success while the actual development was being propped up by high interest loans from the same people who he worked with in previous schemes. Saw some links too from, I think, their creator Discord. Classic debt for equity swap, a move typically used by distressed startups, not healthy self-funded passion projects. January 31, 2026, they didn't just fire Sharif, they effectively foreclosed on the dream to salvage the remaining assets for the creditors. Guys, how good is this this Reddit post here? How good is this, would you guys say? I can't believe I'm actually... does this classify as drama content, chat? I guess it would. I guess this is drama content, no? Bro, you struggle to just read? Brother, it's because I'm doing multiple things, man. I'm reading, I'm looking at chat, I'm thinking about things. Give me a break. Give me a break, man. You try streaming, motherfucker. Kanon's now a drama streamer. I am. I'm a drama streamer. I think you can drama farm. You have every right. Well, this one, it's a game that I was invested into, right? And it's an MMO, and it's a huge MMO. So, you know, for me, I feel like I would be doing myself injustice by not covering this or looking into it. So far, this post makes sense. It kind of does so far, reading a little bit. This person is surely more trustable. Yeah, that's what I'm... This hurts a lot, especially for people who actually believed in this project. New chapter in our life. AOC will be remembered as our most anticipated MMO of all time. Yeah, man, it does. Like, no, seriously, like if you are someone that genuinely loved this game and genuinely look forward to this game, this is definitely, yeah, I feel your pain, man. Because guys, believe it or not, there are a lot of people out there that were positive about this game that weren't delusional. They knew that there's a chance that this could all fail. Right? Not everyone that was positive about this game were white knight shills that were toxic and delusional. Okay, let's just be clear here. Those people, obviously, it's your time to shine now. It's your time to say I told you so, sure, but I do feel bad for the people, and there's a lot of people that fit into this category. The people that were positive about this game but not delusional. They just genuinely wanted this game to be good. They liked the vision of it, and they were hoping that it would be something more. You know, like, I feel bad for those people. I do. I don't at all, to be honest. I mean, I think that's a bad mindset to have, Nico, with all due respect. Yeah, like you can't expect everyone to see through every, you know, it's like people that play the game, like, for example, Saiga, right? Saiga's a good example of someone that genuinely really liked this game. He really loved this game, wanted it to do well, and I mean, I don't think he was delusional about it. You know, I don't think he was delusional, but he knew that it could not work out. You know, he knew that it was a stretch, but he wanted the game to do well, and he's sad about it. So, you know, why shit on a guy that just wants an MMO to do well? You know, it's no different. I guess it's kind of no different or similar to like me wanting Ion 2 to do well in the West. I do. I don't think it's going to. I think it's going to. I don't think it's going to do well at all in the West, but it'll have a sizable launch, but it'll fall off very quickly, and I don't think it's going to have much longevity. Mainly because of NCSoft and their monetization practice, but it would be nice to see them succeed and turn a new leaf and shit. Margaret Khan said the board of directors laid us all off in a Facebook post. Okay, so again, for me, before I even entertain, like, if people like Margaret are saying this, it doesn't make it a little bit more believable that there was a board and hidden investors that own majority of the company. Yes, it does. If I'm being honest, for me personally, it does seem more believable, but I'm not ready to like, I'm not ready to hop on that wagon quite yet, because for me, I'm still caught up on, is it true that Steven doesn't own his company? Like, is anyone else with me on that, or am I alone in that endeavor? Like, for me, I'm still, it's like, this is interesting, but I'm still kind of sitting back and thinking, wait, does he or does he not own his company? Because if I knew, that would clear up a lot. Because if he doesn't own his company, okay, great. Let's see where it went down. Let's see why he doesn't own his company anymore. You know, the debt equity swap stuff, like all of this. Let's entertain this now, because he does not own his company. But I'm still not 100% sold that he does not own his company. It sounds like he does based off of everything that's coming out, right? Like with Margaret, what Margaret is saying, all that. So it does sound like he lost control of his company, I guess. But like, for me, again, not to sound like a broken record here, but I don't want to hop on that wagon quite yet. Right? I'm with you, Kanon, but will we ever know that? Maybe not. Probably not, Lorenzo. Probably not. Do they have any financial info revealing private stockholders? I don't think there has been any proof or any evidence that has shown that there are actual real, like, there is actually other players involved that have equity in this company. Like, I've not seen anyone. Please, guys, if you have any screenshots or anything that shows that let me know. But because unless it's there in front, unless I can see it, I'm not gonna 100% believe that he even lost control, that he was forced to do this. Like, this is just a story, right? It's like, I need to be at this point where I'm at, is like, I need to be proven. Like, someone needs to prove to me that Steven did lose control of his company. Then all of this becomes a lot more relevant to me, or for me.
Everybody to hop on it. I've been one of the guys that was supporting the project 8 years ago and spent 500 US dollars. Anyway, it's sad to see the genre completely being blessed at, which leads me more into change the genre that I grown up to.
Thank you for sharing, Blizz. I appreciate you, man. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Blizz. Sorry, just talking to Honed here. Okay. Shall we entertain this a bit more? Forcing them to give equity 9.7% to wait, where is this guy getting this? Wait, like how, like where is this even from? I mean, I'll be honest, guys, this sounds very believable, and this is it sounds believable, but where is this even from? Like where, like 9.7%. I mean, this is what I was asking, right? Like, where did his equity go if he lost it? I mean, well, I guess 9.5% went to Jason Karamonis, but I mean, like, where is this from? Guys, you know what I'm thinking about while I'm watching this? I cannot wait to see Chrono's next beta test. Do you know why? Because Chrono Odyssey is going to show us just how fast development really is, I think. Right? Because like we got a version of Chrono last February. Well, I had it February. You guys had it in like July or something, right? And we're going to get an updated version of this a year later. Probably a year later, maybe less, right? Well, it is a year because the build that you guys played was in February. So we are going to quite literally get a version of Chrono that's been developed for a year. So I don't know if it's going to be good. I don't, right? But what I'm saying is I'm looking forward to seeing... Because I don't think Chrono is a scam. You can argue that it's a bad game, but I don't think it's a scam, right? So, I mean, maybe. Some of you guys think it might think it's a scam because of the copy paste from New World. Fine. But what I'm more interested in is how much the game improves in that 1 year. Because if, and it's a big if the game ends up feeling like it's completely transformed, that's like a 1 year development time, right? Because we know what the baseline is from our previous beta test, right? Or alpha test, whatever test it was called. I think it was a beta test. So that'll be pretty cool to see. This little sidebar nugget here. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Like, imagine if Chrono comes out in the next beta test, the game just feels completely transformed. Then it's like, okay, this gives us a much better idea as to like what a real 1 year dev time, like how much improvement you could actually get in one real full year, right? Because the Chrono team isn't massive. The Chrono team, as far as I know, the Chrono team isn't massive. Like, I've been to their studios. It's not a big studio. It's pretty small. It's a pretty small team. So, you know, if we play Chrono in the coming months and it's like, holy shit, this game is so much better now, right? Then it's like, okay, yeah, Ashes, I see. You know, like hindsight is 2020, man. Who's waiting for the Riot MMO? I mean, we're all waiting for the Riot MMO. The network, Jason Karamanis, the Yaya Trust. They're linked to the same MLM circles as Sharif. This is crazy. You know what we need, chat? We need a Kira deep dive. This is what Kira does well. This is what he does fucking well. We need a Kira deep dive. When is Chrono supposed to be out? I don't know. I don't know when the next... I think in the coming months. You can find all the loans on the California state documents for the company. Okay, cool. Thanks for sharing. Secretary of State shows 114 in Trip Studios Inc. was transferred to her. Is that true, chat? Kira mentioned in his latest video that someone tipped him off about something big happening. Okay, let's watch. I have his video. I think I had his video. Let me see. Yes, here. I think this was it. We've got a couple of videos. We've even got Sawman and Nico's video. Let's watch. Let's watch.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back.
Let's hear what Kira was
difficult
talking
topic
about
to talk about
a day ago.
Because I recorded a video about Ashes of Creation earlier today, and I was just talking about like the drama, just having a laugh, you know, about the fact there's been a delay with the director's letter.
I haven't heard anything in regards to Bellator's. Bellator's, it really needs to change its combat. We've got a shot if it changes its combat.
The Stephen Sharif letter about Ashes of Creation in the future. This was supposed to happen in January. It's now January 30th. They've now said it's not happening until February 13th. And of course, this hit MMORPG subreddit. First comment, it's a scam, as it always is on the MMO subreddit. Whenever Ashes is mentioned, it's a scam, it's a scam. And then obviously the Ashes subreddit is, you know, it's got to be studied how the Ashes community went from like so toxically positive to the point where there was no dissenting opinion to now where every single comment is negative, bordering on like toxic, right? Nobody in this thread, apart from the ones who were downvoted at the bottom, has a positive word to say about this, and they're all super doom and gloom about the game. And I'm about to not help that because I recorded a video talking about this. I was literally just opening it in Adobe Premiere to edit the video, and then somebody DM'd me, and they're like, "Oh, I have information about Ashes of Creation that you're gonna want to hear," and then told me the craziest shit that, if true, is like a cataclysmic meltdown. Like, people are going to lose their fucking minds.
Wow.
And I don't say this to like stir the pot or anything, or be like, oh, you know, I know something you don't know, and anything like that. The reason I say this, well, there's two reasons. One, if it turns out to be not true, I've not done any harm here, right? It's just Kira just talking shit. It's just a rumor with no details. It's just me saying those words, a rumor without me telling you exactly what's going on. But two, if it is true, then hopefully somebody who was in this meeting and knows what I'm talking about comes forward and, you know, not publicly, obviously, to me privately, and allows me to further substantiate this story and go public so that everybody knows what's going on. So, you know, if the thing that was sent to me is incorrect, no harm, no foul. I've not done anything that impacts my reputation or the company.
Sure, he's just reporting on a rumor.
True, then maybe
labeling
you
it
guys
as
get
such.
the information that you need. Don't know if that's going to happen, but either way, if it isn't true, no worries. And if it is, you'll find out even without me, within the next couple of weeks. You know, it's nothing to do with this development letter.
So this
It's
is the
much bigger
video
than
people
that.
were talking about,
But
huh?
obviously, if I put my reputation on the line and I say, you know, somebody, current or former employee, has said this, you know, I've obtained these documents, this thing is happening, it's because I've done the requisite checks, right? I've talked to multiple people, I've got their credentials, I know what's happened.
Okay, so it doesn't. Here's a link to the video, guys. I'm assuming it's just gonna be that. So because he says he can't really talk about the rumor, right? Here's Asmon's take on it. It's 33 minutes though. Ashes of Creation is officially dead. This is a 5-minute video from Sawman. Let's watch this.
Well, guys, it is officially over for Ashes of Creation. So let me give you the quick, too long didn't read. Stephen Sharif has officially resigned. And as for Ashes of Creation, well, they've laid off all their staff. And this
Guys, question: is there anyone? Is there anyone that's defending Ashes right now? Is there anyone that's actually like defending Steven? And I I genuinely don't know. That's why I'm asking. Are there people out there? No. So like not even a small group of people that are like, no, like it's probably Dusty Y. There are people that are still Pirates. No, I saw him throw them under the bus via a tweet earlier. It seems some devs are defending Steven. Okay. Team members like Margaret didn't deserve it, but it's clear they were not aware. Okay. I gave up. I just hope and pray that... Okay, so real quick. Thanks for sharing, by the way, Believer. So, real quick. Wait a second. MMO Believer, are you MMO Cultist? Or are you someone else? Steven made bad decisions running, and it failed. What randomly happened? Yes, I changed name. Oh, MMO Cultist. He's so sad. People were logging in the game, and a lot of the global chat is saying the game will stay up. I mean, if anyone's going to say that, it would be the people that are logging into the game right now, right? Chat. Real quick. I'm going to let this video cook. Sorry for pausing it, but real quick. What games are you guys moving on to? For those of you who were actively playing Ashes, I know some of you guys are out there. What game are you going to be moving on to now? I feel like ESO would be a good one. ESO would be a good one. A lot of WoW, some ESO, Guild Wars 2, TBC. Back to WoW for the 20th time. By the way, guys, we are... if you guys are looking for something to do and WoW interests you, I should put this in my stream title. We just don't have a tag yet, but me and some other streamers, we're going to be banding together and doing, I don't want to say like an OnlyFans, but we're going to be doing like a guild, a streamer guild, a large streamer guild for midnight launch. So if you're brand new to WoW, diving into it for the first time, you're looking for a group to play with, we're going to have a very big group going into it. Stoops and I, Jenny and I, we're going to be pretty much leading a guild full of non-WoW Andes into midnight launch next month. So feel free to join us if you guys, if that's something that interests you. Let's let this video cook here.
This news comes on the back of a live stream being delayed, employees setting themselves to looking for work, and of course a major botting issue with Ashes of Creation since its release onto Steam. Of course, it's very upsetting that this many people have been laid off. There's a very human element to all of this.
Why Midnight, not TBC? There's a few reasons, but I guess the bigger reason is we just want to play something new. TBC's been out, right? Midnight is a brand new expansion. You know, there is a beta test server right now, but it's the new shiny thing. It's essentially like a new game that's launching. So,
which is lots of people are facing uncertainty. But there's also the other side to it, which was we kind of saw this coming. I'm just suffering through Ashes. It's just been as buggy, but it's not been released for 10 years. I can't do Ashes. I just think it's too much of a oversell as to what they actually have. I generally think New World's gonna live longer than Ashes.
Name the guild Ashes of Creation.
Ashes is going anywhere. What is very telling is that in Steven's message, which he sent to the official Discord, he basically blames it on the board of directors going a different direction from what he wanted, which forced him to resign. And with his resignation, much of the senior leadership also resigned, and following those departures, the board made the decision to issue WARN Act notices and proceed with a mass layoff. A WARN Act is an American legislation which basically gives public notice that the company is shutting down. And apparently for legal reasons, Steven can't say too much more on this, but there are some takeaways from this. For instance, was you aware that this fully funded game had a board of directors and it wasn't just Steven driving this project?
These doom and gloom.
And if there's a board of directors, that must mean they invested money, right? So this game wasn't just
the board of directors does not mean you invest money.
It was clearly other people's. Also, if there's a board of directors making decisions, maybe they were the ones behind the whole let's get this to Steam as soon as possible so we can make some money. Because it was so clear to anyone and everyone that Ashes of Creation wasn't ready for early access on Steam. Now, you might be questioning, how long do you have to play Ashes of Creation? Well, effectively, as of the 2nd of February 2026, all staff will be laid off. This is according to leaked emails. There's nothing officially out there as far as I know, but it is a good source we have on this. And as for the servers, we can only speculate that they will probably be turned off as well. And let's be honest, they haven't been paying their bills for the servers anyway. This is truly a sad day for Kickstarter MMOs, and if only someone could have warned us about this money pit of a game. If only former employees of Ashes of Creation spoke up about the mismanagement.
Guys, you know what's crazy? Chat, you know what's crazy about all of this? What's crazy is that literally no one, especially content creators, saw that this was a scam before this. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know a single content creator that was calling this a scam before yesterday broke out. It's crazy. Fuck. It just, we were all duped. Guys, I'm rage baiting. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know, guys. I'm obviously kidding. Guys, I'm obviously kidding. I swear to God, some of you guys, man, sarcasm just. Whew.
Management going on. If only the community and some of the content creators out there had listened to legitimate concerns that were raised and didn't just end all arguments with it's an alpha. Do you not know what an alpha is?
Yeah, I know, bro. I know. The guy's a fraud. And I think the fact that he tried to just shit on me, a guy who's got literally no presence on YouTube or on Twitch, and then he turns out to be the biggest prick on the internet. I think that just goes to show, one, the state of fucking Ashes of Creation and the people that follow it, bunch of frauds, and two, the state of Pirate Software, who's just a straight up fraud himself. The people that follow Ashes are just frauds, because the whole game is a giant fraud.
So what lessons have we learned from Ashes of Creation? Well, for starters, don't trust a Kickstarter run by a guy who's got no prior experience running a game studio, and his previous business was a MLM selling juice to people. But anyway, that's enough Ashes of Creation slop for now. I just wanted to make you guys aware of the news. I'm sure over the next coming days and weeks, more information will release and we'll get a bigger and brighter picture as to what's actually gone on. Thank you for watching. I'm going to bed, and Narc was right all along.
Never lose faith in the mighty Sharif because
Great,
you're high
great ending to this video.
on copium.
That was okay. Not gonna lie, W ending to the video. Dude, Slowman is actually a very solid fucking YouTuber, man. He's pretty good. I'm not talking about like his information. I'm talking about more like his editing style. I actually really like his editing style, man. Solid. Link to the video, boys. Let's watch Nico's video. Yeah, 16 minutes. I swear to God, Nico, if this is just 16 minutes of you saying "I told you so," let's see what Nico's saying.
To not even they should pay you money to play the Alpha 2, by the way. It's all.
Hold on, guys. I need to pee. I apologize. Let me just pee real quick. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad, and then I'm gonna go refuel on my coffee and take a pee. Okay? Give me 1 sec. Be right back, boys. Be right back. Let's turn some music on for you. All right, guys. Sorry it took so long. I had to do a couple of things there. All right. I think we're ready. Waiting on Honed. Okay. Can't take. I did not take a shit. Narc was in a guy's Twitch stream earlier that was talking about Ashes. He's just wanting to avoid drama. Now's his time to shine, man. I don't know. What's his YouTube? What the hell is this? What is that redeem? Wait, TTS isn't up. It didn't load. Here, I'll play this. Wait, who did that TTS? It didn't go off. Moggies. Is this him? Fuck, 40K. This is him. Is this him?
Hello. This.
Huh. He just started fresh and he already pushed the 40K. Jesus. Good for him, man. Good for him. Okay. Hold on. I need to call Honed a cab. I'm gonna call him a cab and then we're gonna watch Nico's video. Sorry. Delete the one that linked to his Twitch stream. Wants to avoid drama. I respect that. I respect that. I respect that, Azrael. Da-da-da. Hold on. What the frick? Hold on, guys. Sorry. I'm trying to... Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I just need to call a cab for Honed here. Yes. Next. Get that man an Uber. Yeah, I'm calling in Uber. I'm calling him an Uber right now. You know who's gonna have a field day with this? Blue Squadron. Blue Squad. Yo, can someone tell me AOC shutting down, does it have any connection to Bitcoin? And why Bitcoin has crashed again? Chat? Oh, you released the video already. Oh, man. The intro is just me saying I told you so. If you want to skip that part, it's kind of important to that part, but it's kind of... No. We're going to watch it. 16 minutes. We'll watch it. All right, let's watch.
$120 to not even...
Chat, how's the volume? Is the volume okay?
To play the Alpha 2, by the way.
Is this okay?
It's already that you are even paying money to test the game, okay? They should be paying
Everything
you
crashed,
money to
yeah.
test the game. Okay, first of all. Okay. Then you pay money
I want to buy
test
more
alpha,
Bitcoin,
which
to be
isn't even
honest.
a game,
Fuck.
right? Like, even they are saying this is like some like giga in development shit that is barely playable. I think this game is going anywhere. I genuinely don't believe that they are anywhere near completion, and there's so many, like, there's two people in the Ashes of Creation community. One is like, this game is so much better than even the current MMOs and it's only in alpha, and the other one is like, you can't criticize the game because it's in alpha. So either way, I don't think after 8 years of development this is something you can defend. Even if they've been developing this for 2 years, I think this is...
You know what I want to do, guys? I want to follow a real development project. I would love to, like, just cover, not as main content, but just as side content on my main channel. Just documenting the actual real development process of an MMO. I feel like that would be really cool. I feel like that would be really cool to do. Because, like, for me, right, it's hard to, like, argue against and for the whole it's an alpha, what do you expect? Because in some ways, you're right. It's an alpha. And in some ways, you're wrong because it's like, bro, even though it's an alpha, you know what I mean? And as someone that does not know and doesn't have any experience in real game development, I like, for me, I don't know. You know, I look at Ashes and I don't know, is what we're seeing right now, for, you know, considering where they came from and how big their team was for a while, is this what it actually looks like after 9 years? You know, like, is it way behind the mark? Is it kind of normal, standard? Is it ahead of the mark? I don't know. It's really difficult for, like, I would love to know, but I also don't want to sit there and pretend like I do know when I have zero experience in game development, you know? I would love to follow firsthand and see. You know what I mean? Like a legit company. I don't even give a fuck. It could be a shitty company like NCSoft, but at least with NCSoft, we know that the development of the game is going to be like, you know, the development speed, I guess, is going to be, you know, at a higher standard. So I think that would be, I mean, of course, I would never be able to get in with NCSoft to be able to, like, follow the dev. You know, like, imagine if I could document the daily progression and development of a game like, I don't know, Horizon Steel Frontier. You know, I think that would be super cool, but fuck, I'd love to know. I really would love to know.
Questionable, and 8 years is just an insult.
What's up, Crank?
Especially considering their
Soulframe is hands down the best alpha that's anywhere close to an MMO that I've ever played. And I say anywhere close to MMO because Soulframe is not an MMO. It's actually not. And what's interesting about Soulframe is that there are no resets. So you could actually argue that the game is out. You can actually play Soulframe right now and your character will not reset. They're done with resets. But it's an alpha, and, you know, it's really good for an alpha, I think. But it's not an MMO, so different category.
Charging $120 for this, and 5 years ago.
Why would any company let you document? They wouldn't. They would never let me do that, Cyrus. I'm just saying that if I could, which never would happen, it would be really cool. I'm essentially saying it would be awesome. Like, it's just a theoretical, man. You know, the theoretical that I know isn't gonna happen. It's like me saying, yo, it would be sick if I were an NBA player. You know what I mean? It's yeah, obviously it's never gonna happen, but it would be cool if it did.
So they had a much better, in my opinion, baseline of a game, decided to swap over to Unreal 5, and now the game is just a scuffed version of a 2010 MMORPG or something. Like, if I saw this 10 years ago, I would probably be
You can play Soulframe right now, yeah.
Could be kind of interesting. But as the more I play, the more I think this is not going fucking anywhere. Ashes of a Creation died, and I was right. Once again. And the haters in my YouTube comments, the haters in my Twitch stream, they're saying,
why am I getting, like, I'm getting Dr. Disrespect vibes from this.
Nico, you're just a doomer.
Am I not? I'm getting, well, to be fair, they're not wrong in saying that you are just a doomer. to be fair, you are a doomer though. Okay, I mean, listen, man. I'm gonna let you have your moment. 100%, Nico. You were right. Yes, you were. But you are a doomer, man. You are a doomer.
You're just a doomer. You don't.
I'm getting Dr. Disrespect vibes from this. I don't know. Maybe it's this little shimmy.
What, bitch?
Oh, call
I'm
those
right.
bitches.
Every single time. And now we're gonna dig in, because today, as much as I hate seeing a game shut down, I love having people who lie and deceive. And I'm not only talking about Steven here, I'm talking about all of the different content creators glazing this game over the years, especially the Ashes of Creation specific ones, but even some WoW content creators that recently trickled in also started glazing the shit out of the game. And I love seeing people exposed for lying. So this was Steven's announcement today. I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. Who is the board, you may ask? Well, according to Reddit, the board is him and his husband. Who is he talking about board for? Wait, wasn't there something Steven always talked about in every single live stream on how...
By the way, I had no idea Steven was gay. I actually didn't.
They're not under the thumb of some greedy investors.
Is he? Wait, so husband, he lives in California and they're legally married? They're legally married? Like, is it... Because I haven't lived back home in my hometown USA for a very long time. He's not gay. Oh, who fucking cares if he's gay though? Gay though? No, it's not that. It's not that I care. I'm just saying I didn't know he was gay, and I was kind of, because like this is about, you know, a lot of this has to do with like equity and shit, and I don't know, like, what does that mean for this? Because if he's in California, I think gay marriage is allowed in California, right? Yes, gay marriage is legal. Okay, so it is his husband. Because I feel like in this case, it could be relevant, no? Whether or not this person is his husband. Is it actually his husband, or is it the Reddit trolls just trolling? If he's in California, he's probably gay. That's a wild statement, agent. What the fuck? Gay marriage is legal. Oh, is it really? Gay marriage is legal in every state now. Okay, wow. Didn't know that. Yeah, you'll have to excuse me. You'll have to excuse the ignorance. I'm a natural born citizen of the United States, but I've been living in Asia. I've been based out of Asia for like the past 15 years. So, are they actually married though? Well, let's let him continue here.
I do see a lot of people ask this question, even like non-stream days.
Guys, listen. Listen. For those of you in the chat that are like, guys, okay, let me just be very clear here, okay? For those of you guys poking fun at like being gay, guys, that's cringe, man. Come on, relax, take it easy, okay? And also on the other end of that, for those of you who are feeling offended that I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know Steven was gay. What the fuck, bro? Why are you being offended? Is that offensive that I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know Steven was gay? Why does it matter? Bro? Ain't no one saying it matters. Well, at least I'm not saying it matters. I just didn't know. Take it easy. You brought it up? Yeah, well, I'm allowed to bring that up. It's like, oh shit, I didn't know he's gay. Like if Tom Brady came out and you're like, and he's like, oh yeah, me and my husband, I'd be like, oh shit, Tom Brady's gay? That's not offensive. Okay, take it easy. I didn't know. Didn't know.
In regards to the long-term aspect of it, funding, I think, is always the concern there. Obviously, you've said that, we're not going to launch till we're ready. So basically, until Steven's like, I love this game, it is my future, and I'm going to play it every day of my life.
That's right.
We're not launching. And so what coincides with that is, how are you funding that? And I think a lot of people have questions in regards to that. I don't know if you're willing to share
Sure.
that aspect of it.
The bottom line is, I am committed to this project's success and completion. And that means that when it comes to funding for the additional years that perhaps were not planned for, that's coming out of mine and John's pocket. And we're okay with that, because what we see in front of us is not only a team of extremely talented individuals, but also a community that is extremely...
I gotta love, dude, I love the music selection for Yo, Nico, how long did it take you to look up the song? Were you like, I gotta find the perfect song to play for this? How long did it take you to choose this song?
Passionate about the project and wanting to see it come to fruition. It's not just about what our personal desires are, John and myself being MMO players, but really it's about the fact that we've created a following, a community of players who want
is it your go-to clown song
or similar to the same thing. And that's something that's at the forefront of my mind anytime I walk into work, is how is what we're doing today going to impact the players tomorrow? That's a very important question. It's a product-driven development aspect. I believe, based on the millions of players we already have pre-registered for the game, that Ashes of Creation is going to be one of the most successful and largest launches in MMO history.
As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. It's kind of wild is having someone talk about ethical in the context of a Kickstarter game that was essentially instantly shut down without any further notice, while boasting about open development. If you've seen the live streams they've made over the years, most of them were acting, theater plays, pretending there was content and events and whatever else going on in the game, but not without anything to actually back it up. So from someone like this, it's kind of crazy to me that you talk about ethical, because nothing you did was ethical. Following my resignation, much of the senior leadership team resigned. We saw that. All of the people that you've ever known to work on the game, by the way, Steven said multiple times, it is 250 people involved in this, which, by the way, to anyone saying this is an indie studio, it definitely wasn't anymore. Might have started out as one, but wasn't anymore.
Yeah,
Following
that's
those
fair.
departures, the board made the decision to issue WARN Act notices and proceed with mass layoffs. Over the years, Steven has made comments on Twitter whenever anything happened to other companies with layoffs, where he took the moral high ground, where he's saying, oh my god guys, this is a terrible thing, you should apply to us, blah blah blah. Or something like, on the website, family, that's a good thing that your employer talks about you.
All the paid actors, aka streamers, who sell this game as a gem must apologize. Do they though? Like, listen, bro, no one got paid. Did anyone ever get paid for Ashes? I don't think anyone had hashtag sponsored in their thing. Was there any pay? Were there any? Were there? They did? Who? Saiga's not paid, bro. He just genuinely loves the game. He likes it. Pirate Software religiously defended the game. Yeah. I thought it was kind of funny how he immediately 180'd. Didn't Pirate Software just immediately throw them under the bus? Huh? Yeah. Hold on. grab. Hold on. Honed is here. Give me 1 sec, guys. Let me just grab the door. Okay. All right, sorry. I had to get the door. My mod honed is here. All right, what were we talking about? I can't remember. Let's go.
You being part of their family, right? The gaming industry can be a turbulent storm of hiring cycles and layoffs.
I am content creator by Ashes. I can commonly say not a single. Yeah. I think the notion of, oh, if you liked Ashes as a content creator, you owe us an apology. I like, relax, man. That's, I think that's a bit of a, like, no one was, I don't know, like for me, right? Like I genuinely did not think this game was a scam. 100%. Like, straight up. I'm not gonna sit there and act like fucking I did. I genuinely, I gave them the, I was very much a give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm ignorant to game dev, you know, keeping in mind that this was a project started by someone with zero experience. Okay, you know, I give them that respect. You're trying to do something, trying to put something out there. I can kind of see the vision. The game was broken. You know, when people are saying rate it out of 10 right now for what it is face value, yeah, 3, right? I gave it like a 3 out of 10. But hey, maybe in the next year or two, that's going to be a very big, like the next year or two of development is going to be massive. And, you know, we'll find out soon, because I was like, okay, maybe they're close to the end of the alpha and we're going to actually get to see beta/launch. Listen, man, I genuinely did not think it was a scam, but now I do, right? Now that they've shut it down, it's yeah, I was wrong for sure. For sure. It like, I do think now, I think for me to think that it's not a scam, it's up to them to prove that it's not a scam for me now. You know what I mean? Yo, what's going on? Yeah, we're just doing some reacts here, man. Honed is here, boys. Say hello to Honed, Mr. Honed. Let me actually make this a little bigger. Probably do this. Huh? I don't know. Oh, this is Nico's video. Yeah. Is that your husband? No. This is Honed.
We've set out to do something different, to break this cycle and create an independent studio capable of withstanding.
Oh, hold on. Let me actually turn on the speaker here. I can actually turn on the speaker so he can hear. Sound settings. Let's go. Oh, is it speakers, right? I think that's what it was, right?
Ending the chaos of the industry.
This is okay, right, guys?
What words? Oh, General Stephen, thank you for your generosity. And now he's pushing this onto the new board that all of these mass layoffs are happening. But obviously, this basically means the game is over. So the title of my video and all of these other content creators is not actually hyperbole. It's actually happening. And
did you want something to drink or something? Okay, good.
It's also happening within like a couple of days. Like yesterday, rumors were starting.
Hold on. Have you heard of what's been happening with Ashes?
Yeah, I was watching your stream a little bit.
Okay. What do you think? Is it a scam? Not a scam?
I mean, I guess most people would call it a scam.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely the outfit thing, because if they don't deliver something they charged for, that's a scam. But they did deliver technically a game. It wasn't a finished game.
Do you think it was a scam, not in the literal definition of a scam, where it's like, oh, we technically deliver, like in a more practical in a more practical sense, was it a scam? Did we get scammed?
Yeah, you'd probably say so.
Yeah.
I just it sucks that now going forward, anytime someone wants to make their own game, people are immediately just gonna say it's a scam. It's just like this and like Chronicles of Illyria kind of just like ruined it, right? Everything's just gonna be called a scam now.
Yeah, I think it's a scam. Like now that this has happened, like I'm always a very much a benefit of the doubt kind of person, but like after this has happened, I need to be proven. Like they need to prove to me that it wasn't. And the only way they're gonna prove it, the only way Steven proves it, where I will believe that it wasn't a scam, is if he can show proof of the equity share, right? Which I think apparently it's kind of there. I don't know if it's there or not. I'm not sure. People were saying that their documentation, they're like public records of loans that were taken out and all that stuff. And maybe if we do some more digging, like some super digging, maybe we can find it. But I don't know. I haven't seen anything in front of me that shows that Steven does not own majority of his company. But it does see, based off what we're hearing and everything, it does sound like there's a board and he did lose control over his company. But then, like, even if that's true, it's just there's a lot of issues with this still. Like, you go back to the lying, the false narrative, all of this stuff. It's just really muddy. It's just really muddy.
To murmur around the community because people started changing their LinkedIns. Like people that worked on Ashes started saying, "Oh my God, open to work on LinkedIn," or changed their entire role at the company, or just remove the company. There was a lot of things going on, and people were worried. So within one day, that was yesterday, like afternoon. So less than 24 hours after that, it's basically shut down, effectively over. And that's crazy coming from an open development, very transparent studio, right? That would definitely happen.
This is a good point by Nico. This is what I was talking about earlier, right? Because someone in my chat was saying things like, well, does he owe anyone anything when it comes to showing this proof or whatever? I'm like, no, he doesn't have to. He probably won't. But, you know, if this were NC Soft, if this were Riot, that would make sense. But this Intrepid Studios, the whole motto for this company has from day one has always been, it's all about transparency. You know, what you see is what you get. We're doing everything, you know, the communication, the transparency, 100% there, you know. So it's like, okay, well, if that was the motto and that really is what it is, then you should be transparent about this. But then again, I get the counter argument to that is like, well, you know, legal stuff is going to be happening and there's some things that he's probably not going to be able to say. As you can see, he says, I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity. But like I said, again, I think it's up to him to provide the proof eventually, if and when he can. It's up to him to provide the proof to show that he wasn't guilty of this, right? Like it was like, I think it's up to him to prove that what he's saying is true. He needs to prove it rather than the other way around, I guess.
Happened to a studio that was transparent. Absolutely. And you probably saw the...
I get that, Potato. I get that. Which is why that's why I said the counter argument to that is that, well, you know, lawyers involved, legal, you know, documentation, all that stuff, so he can't say certain things. Fair, true, right? But I don't know, man. All roads just kind of... Like, if you had to assume what is happening here, I think it's fair to assume that all of this shit was a scam to begin with. I think it's like you can't say that is not true now, unless there is evidence out there that we haven't really gotten into yet.
Clip earlier from my 2024 Ashes of Creation review when Alpha first launched, from the intro. And if you knew about that,
you don't go in with your own money and just one day killing the company 24 hours. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It's like there's a lot of noise, a lot of different narratives going on. Like for me, I'm just looking at the objective information that's in front of us, right? Like what has actually transpired, what has actually happened. This is what happened. If you just write down on a sheet of paper everything that has happened, which is indisputable, right? And then you don't write down anything that is, you know, unknown, that's up for interpretation, that isn't confirmed. You just exclude all of that. And you just write down the objective information, what's out there, right? Anyone with a brain would assume that it's a scam then, based off of that, right?
That you might have known that Steven himself commented
behind the game right now. Greetings, Nico. Oh,
I'm happy to hear how much you enjoy the concepts of Ashes. I'm sorry you cannot see us delivering on our vision, and I can understand your fear of Ashes taking too long, given how much we are trying to achieve. What I can say is that our team has been part of building some of the largest and most successful games ever made. The development road can be daunting for even the bravest souls. And if ever our journey causes you or others despair, it is sometimes healthier to put us aside and check us out when we are closer to launch. Well, Steven,
what did you say?
I feel like maybe
what did you respond?
You should have listened to the people who were warning you about the state of your game and not outright.
Well, technically that wouldn't have mattered, because if this was a scam, then that wouldn't, right?
And publicly conceal what is actually going on behind the scenes. Because we all would have loved to know what's going on. And me personally, I actually started out as an Ashes of Creation fan, believe it or not.
Oh.
I actually got hooked on the project because of the node system and all of the different servers basically having their own content.
Oh.
So the internet can't figure it out so fast. I thought it was a great idea. I also love sandbox MMOs. So for me, Ashes in a concept state was a fantastic idea.
I think that's where we do find common ground. All the haters and the glazers and all that shit. Yeah, I think we all did like the concept, the idea of what Ashes was trying to be.
But over the years, it's become clearer and clearer and clearer that you had no clue what you're doing. And if you said that on the stream, you just pretended otherwise. You said like everything's going right, or you saying things like
Steven is still CEO on LinkedIn. No, that doesn't matter, man.
That like you're so successful and everything is working just as intended. Or Steven boasting on Reddit about how his game is different and how he will do everything differently. I think as a player, there are two main aspects of Ashes that has some people excited. First, we are making basically risk versus reward. Not everyone is a winner. A world that develops around the player, no pay to win, no quality of life items, massive open world, emphasis on social community driven systems. Turned out you didn't know how to make any of that, because even the PvP itself is still, to this day, so broken that it's basically unplayable. The corruption system specifically. And even the trading and the crates. Second, who we are. We aren't governed by greedy corporate overlords. I'm funding the project so no investors or a board to answer to. No publishers to appease. We speak with, not to, our community. And we actually listen to feedback and value, respect our players.
Yeah, like I said, guys, it's this right here reinforces the opinion of this is a scam. However, this was 4 years ago. Things change. Things can change, and apparently they have, right? Which is why I keep going back to the whole who the fuck owns his company, and can you prove that someone else does? Because at the end, like, again, I've said this like 5 times already. All of this noise, all of these little snippets, none of it matters until we can get some clarity on who the fuck owns the company and when that happened. You know what I mean? Again, from all the leaks and all of this shit, it does seem like he lost control of his company. Someone else owns it. If that's true, then it's like, okay, how did this happen? I'd love to know. But like there's no proof of that happening, right? There's no like I haven't seen anything presented to us to me in this channel yet that shows that he does not actually own his company, that he does not own the majority equity in his company. And if he does own majority equity of the company, then all of this doesn't matter. It is just objectively a scam. Like that, it's a scam, right? If he does own, or if he did lose control of his company, then it becomes like, okay, how did he lose control? Was that was that part of the plan all along to like eventually pass it on? You know, then it gets pretty juicy. But I still want to know whether or not he actually owns his company, how much equity he has.
So he wants to make a game. There's no board or investors to appease to.
But if it changes, it should be announced.
Publisher.
Otherwise, he's lying.
Yep.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like before we can even go into anything, if we can get some clarity on whether or not he actually owns majority equity, or if he doesn't, right? That's the big thing. If he doesn't, then it's like, what is this narrative of you were fully funding it, all this stuff? Why wasn't this mentioned? Like, why wasn't this shared? You know, the whole transparent, like it becomes a whole nother it sparks a whole nother chain of conversations.
Somehow the evil board has taken over Intrepid Studios, controlling the narrative, controlling the game.
I'm with Nico on this. I just don't believe this. I don't believe this unless he can show proof that he did lose the control of his company. That's for me, that's where I'm stuck at. Like there's no point in even entertaining any of the other additional noise until I know for sure, okay, he did actually sell his shares, and he is not majority, like someone else or other people own, you know, have majority equity in his company. Like if that's established and that's proven and that's out there, then we can entertain this further. But until that does, as far as I'm concerned, it's like, if you can't prove that Steven actually sold off shares and other people own it, then none of the other noise matters. It was objectively just a scam.
And he can't do anything about it ethically. Oh my god, how did this happen? It's insane what's going on right now. Absolutely insane. He also wrote like heinous comments about Narc before.
Yeah, and I see you guys writing in the chat about the 50%. Okay, so again, the narrative from day one has always been what? It's been, I'm funding it. Majority funding coming from me, no board of directors. I'm king shit. I'm the god of my project. I'm going to make sure we go in the right direction. And now all of it, and even though that is subject to change, of course, but because that was the narrative pushed for so long, nothing changed with that narrative. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I'm shutting it down. It was because the people that were above me, even though I've been telling you for a decade that there was no one above me, they're forcing me to do this. Oh, and by the way, I'm not going to provide any proof that there are actual people that are above me. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's how I interpret this. That's how I view this. You know?
Basically painting him as a villain of the industry, and he did the same in my YouTube comment, but not to this extent, obviously. Or something like...
Right now, he's watching your chat. He's watching the chat here. Yeah, Honed is moderating the chat with his... he's watching you. Oh, yeah. The moment you see him do this, pull out his phone, you're done. You're cooked.
Like this, where some guy on YouTube made a bad review or something. Hi Ziz, to be clear, I removed you from the official content creator program.
I'm a big backer of the Ashes. I don't believe it was a bit... I don't believe it was a scam so much as it was a failed business that suffered from a bad... So I think the likelihood of that being the case, Mike McQueen, I think there is absolutely a chance that it is simply just a failed business. I'm with you, Mike McQueen, but right now, based off of what's happened, what has transpired, and the information that has been put forward, namely from Steven, I think personally the likelihood of it being a scam is much higher. than a failed business. Now, and take that from someone, again, who's always given them the benefit of the doubt. I genuinely did not think this was a scam. I genuinely did not. But it's like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like your whole narrative for so long, for a decade, was that you are the god of the project. You have put in your money. You are the board. You are the owner. And then all of a sudden, one day, that's not the case. So it's like, what, did you lie? You know, was that not the case? Like, why would that have been your big fucking, that was the whole thing. That was like literally the central pillar of this project. A big reason why AOC was so popular was because finally a big time project being developed and led by a single individual that will not be, you know what I mean? Like that's not going to be affected by the corporate overlords. Like that was literally the central pillar of the project. And now you're saying that, oh, there are people above me. You know what I mean? It's like, and I'm not saying that there's no way that can be true, or that there's no way that can be false or true. I'm not saying that. Like of course, it's possible that this is true. Of course, it's possible that he sold his shares. You know, that other people are in the driver's seat now, right? And he's a victim to it. I'm just saying that he's got to prove that to me personally. You know what I mean? Like for me, based off what I'm seeing out here, that is not believable. Like that is something that he needs to prove to me for me to believe at this stage. I think we just need to give it more time for more info to come. Yeah. There's probably a lot of things that he can't say. It might be even worse than we think. It could be worse. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a good point. Definitely, there are. I'm sure a lot of things that simply cannot be shared and stated publicly right now. So I guess time will tell. Maybe. Right? Maybe. But unless, like, if you're someone that truly genuinely believes that Steven was forced into doing this, I cannot back that. I cannot believe that wholeheartedly until you or Steven can provide proof that he does not actually own the majority of his company. Like, that's where it starts for me. And I'm willing to be like, oh shit, okay, you did sell off your shares. Your company is owned by, you know what I mean? Like if Steven, if everything, like the statement that Steven put out, if everything he says is actually true, like I'm willing to be like, okay, all right, I guess it was just, you know, bad luck, bad timing, bad business, whatever it may be, right? But I can't get on board with that until there's proof to be, unless there's proof, right? Proof of that actually being the case. Yo, Theory Forged. What's going on, man? I saw that you're doing a lot of coverage on this. What can you tell us that we don't know? No, dude, if it's true, then he's lying because you're at the basis of the game. No. I'm with you, Sika. I'm just saying that like something needs to be established first. I think the first thing before any discussion, it just starts with whether or not he actually sold his company. Because if he did sell his company, I'm with you. Then the discussion, a lot of the discussion becomes, why wasn't that communicated? Why did you lead us to believe that it was your, you know what I mean? Like 100%, that's a lie. I haven't been here the whole time. Sorry. All good. Do you know whether or not there's proof, Theory Forge, that Steven does not own the majority of his company? Like, he's blaming a board of directors forcing his hand. Is there proof that there is a board and there's proof that he doesn't own majority of his company? Can I send you a link? Yeah, sure. Why is that guy wearing a mask? What a loser. This loser fucked your mom last night.
People think that I'm like sick, or I'm scared of like getting sick or the virus and stuff. That's nothing new.
No, he just doesn't want his face on the internet, man. Okay. Hold on. You're gonna send me a link? Okay, shoot me a link. I gotta pee. I have to pee. I have to pee. You can talk. You can talk to Honed here for a second. I'll be right back.
Guys, why are we talking about Ashes for 3 hours? 3 hours. We just like go play a game. We just play games. Who cares? Who cares if it's a scam? Who cares if someone got milked? Launch game right now. What the heck is this setup, man? What game should I launch? Should I launch Lost Ark? Launch AOC. What do you have installed on this Kanon?
A bunch of random shit. I still have Downfall installed.
You have nothing on here.
I know. I'm keeping it fresh. Okay. Did we get something here? Did you send me a DM? I don't know if you did. Message request? Spam? It's not. I don't see a message if Theory Forge sent me something. Unless it's in... No, I don't think so. Oh, it's on this.
Ashes of Creation has now been on Steam for several weeks.
Okay, hold on. The full story of Ashes of Creation. Okay, we should watch this, but we're almost at the end of Nico's video. Let's let Nico finish up here.
Because you claimed that Intrepid was not working on our MMORPG, which was falsity you wanted to spread because you were unhappy with our development process. You then subsequently created a video that insinuated pretty heavily that our project was a scam, helping to fuel the tinfoil tribalist haters on /MMORPG. So I removed you from the community. To be clear, there are a lot of people putting our blood, sweat and tears into making this game, spending countless hours working to make something that will make our community proud. When an individual of your talents chooses to act in such a manner, it can be quite demotivating. Regardless, I hope you're well and staying healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, Ashes of Creation has met its end. Only to the surprise of the people who weren't paying attention. And I want to call you out right now. If you were a content...
Wait, by proof, I have conversations with staff that say he did not. Sorry, Theory Forge. You have proof? By proof, so you have conversations with staff that say he did not what? Sorry? I think you're responding to a question I asked earlier, but I forgot exactly how I worded the question. That say he did not what exactly?
Creator misleading...
Oh shit, sorry. I didn't realize the music was still playing.
People into this project. No matter if you are a full Ashes content creator, a small one, a big one, someone from another community, I despise that. Because it was clear, and we all know what you were doing. You were trying to invest into a game that might become big so you can grow as a content creator. But you did this at the expense of people, and it was very clear for very long that this is, in fact, not a game that you should invest your time into. At least it wasn't yet. Because over the years, they've shown over and over that it's gonna take tens, if not decades, multiple decades to finish this. I did like some math in the previous video where I just talked about how much of the game they've actually done. And honestly, if we're being generous, it was around 10%. 10% of the game being done after 8-9 years of development is, well, if you do the math, we're gonna get Ashes of Creation launch in 2080 or something. Now that none of that happens anymore, obviously. Now Ashes of Creation is basically over. I don't even know why they put out this other letter. Like there was a letter, because they delayed the content creator. No, not the content creator. They delayed the new development update. You know, every month they have a development update, and they delayed that. Everyone was already surprised. But let's just say, after all of this, and I've watched a lot of this, and I played this game, I'm not so much happy that the game is shut down. I'm happy that it's exposed for what it is, and the people defending it and glazing it were also exposed for who they are. So, that being said, we will venture on to the next MMORPGs, whatever that means. And also, stop giving people money without anything to show for it. That have nothing to show you for, no Kickstarter, no... Even early access, I want to support less, because early access, I think, should only be a tool to actual indie studios and not some gigantic companies just trying to make a quick buck. So thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
All right, guys. Well, that's a video from our boy Nico. Here's a link to the video if you guys want to check it out for yourselves. All right, let's watch this. This seems to be the go-to video right now. This is from Theory Forge. The full story of Ashes of Creation. This is going to be juicy.
This week we had a deep dive into
Thanks
the
for watching,
numbers
as always.
of
Of
concurrency,
course, thank you for the
reviews, and
content,
revenue.
man.
We now have enough distance from launch hype and the numbers to start asking real questions about where this game is headed. This video is about how financial runway, development timelines, and public messaging started to converge in 2024, and what that convergence might mean for 2026. As we get started, I want to specifically say that this is not meant to be a doom video. This is not meant to be a hate video. This is a pattern analysis video that I have outwardly and internally discussed for some time, and I feel it is at this point an important conversation to have. I've followed Ashes of Creation since 2016.
I'm liking this video already,
I've made
boys.
content since 2017. I want this game to succeed, and when patterns change, it's worth slowing down and asking why. Some of you will probably strongly disagree with some of what I have to say, and that is okay. Frankly, I hope that some of my observations and conclusions are ultimately wrong. This will be a long and information-dense video, so feel free to jump to different chapters. I have put links to all of this information in the description, so you don't have to just take my word for it. Let's start with publicly documented facts and history.
Excellent.
Intrepid Studios has been developing Ashes of Creation for nearly a decade. We were introduced to the Ashes of Creation Kickstarter on May 1st, 2017. Here, nearly 20,000 backers pledged $3.2 million. At the time, it had an estimated delivery of December 2018 and was noted to be fully funded by the owner, Stephen Sharif.
We have enough self-funding to create a core viable product in Ashes of Creation, but we really want to expand it. We want to make it bigger and better, and we know we can achieve that with your help.
Ashes of Creation entered its first testing phase, Alpha 0, in December of 2017. We were then introduced to Ashes of Creation Apocalypse, or APOC, in September of 2018, which was a battle royal meant to test combat and networking. APOC closed on March of 2020. We then entered into Alpha 1 in July of 2021 and Alpha 2 in October of 2024. Early access officially began December of 2025. During this time, we also saw a switch from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5, and currently the team is using Unreal Engine 5.6. Stephen Sharif has said that during the switch to Unreal Engine 5, many of their development tools had to essentially be redeveloped for the new engine.
I would say that, we had definitely some reset on systems when we moved from.
You know what the shadiest thing about this entire thing was? I did mention this before. This is one of the things that I mentioned. The shadiest thing, now that I look back at this, 2020, right? Hindsight is 2020, is this guy's mic. Never trust a guy that uses a headphone mic that sounds like this. I always found, like, that was the one thing I felt it was just the most shadiest thing that stood out to me. It was his fucking mic. It's like, brother, you fucking dude, you have hundreds of millions of dollars funding an MMO project for hundreds of millions, and you're not gonna buy a goddamn fucking mic? You're gonna continue to use this Radio Shack mic sounding like you're on a goddamn intercom? I've said this multiple times. I was like, somebody buy this man a fucking mic.
From Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5.
Very shady.
That was particularly true when it came to the map of the world as well.
Cosmetics were sold from 2019 through 2024 as the main source of revenue alongside key purchases and various pre-order packs. These pre-order packs cost between $75 and $375. In August of 2024, Intrepid introduced a 3-wave process specific to Alpha 2 keys, which granted access to Alpha 2 at different times and ranged from a price of $100 to $120. During this time, cosmetic sales were suspended. With the opening of Steam Early Access, the sale of cosmetics has now resumed. Cosmetics have ranged in price from $5 to $25.
You know, I never bought my costume. I told you that,
That's what I'm
right?
saying. That's like kind of like the only thing they really haven't delivered.
Yeah.
Is all the costumes they've been selling for like 9 years every month never got delivered.
Yeah. I never got my outfit.
Steven Sharif has made several public comments about the costs of developing Ashes of Creation.
I think this is a great video so far, but can I just say, I don't know if you were going for this. I think Theory Forge is in my channel right now, right? I don't know if he was deliberately, intentionally going for this concept, but I absolutely love the fucking classic 90s, the classic 90s educational video theme he's gone here. The blurry background, you know, just like the slow pacing speaking. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, right? What, like Reading Rainbow shit? You guys know what Reading Rainbow is? I'm getting heavy Reading Rainbow vibes from this video, and I fucking love it. I'm here for it.
Most recently, he stated that the studio's weekly spending is around $800,000.
It's a vibe.
Which comes
It
out to
is.
nearly $3.2 million
man.
per month. This figure is based on a reported team size of about 250 employees. During an August 2024 live stream, Steven said that the project had cost roughly $90 million up to that point. He also stated that roughly $30 million of that has come from pre-order sales and Kickstarter. Based on that statement, it would mean that around $60 million had come directly from his own personal funding at that time.
Okay.
That live stream took place about 17 months ago. During the same interview, Steven said the studio had over 200 employees at that point. Using the current spending estimates, this suggests that an additional $50 million may have been spent since then. The Kickstarter itself raised about $3.2 million. If roughly $30 million total came from Kickstarter and pre-order sales combined, that would suggest approximately $26.8 million was generated through pre-order packages and cosmetic sales between 2019 and 2024. Spread across that 5-year period, this works out to about $5.4 million per year. Intrepid also received 2 government loans during the COVID period, both of which were later forgiven. The first loan was issued in April of 2020 for $1.1 million and listed 52 employees at the time. The second loan was issued in February of 2021 and totaled $1.4 million with 82 employees reported. Combined, these loans provided a total of $2.5 million. In addition, public legal documents show that Intrepid Studios has had at least 2 outside investors. One of these investments occurred in August of 2019 when an investor purchased a 5.3% stake in the company for $2.2 million. Hold on. An investor purchased a 5.3%. One of these investments occurred in August of 2019 when an investor purchased a 5.3% stake in the company for $2.2 million. There is also a second stock purchase agreement dated July of 2016, although public records do not list the amount invested or the percentage of the ownership for that deal. From 2017 through 2024, development moved at a slow but steady pace.
So
Progress was visible, but it was measured and often took longer than many players expected. However, starting in the second half of 2024, the pace of development appeared to increase much more quickly. That raises an important question. What changed in 2024, and how did we get from years of gradual progress to now openly talking about a beta potentially arriving in 2026? Everything up to this point is about context, because without that context, the rest of this video doesn't make sense. What comes next isn't speculation, it's about documented changes that start showing up right after 2024. Between 2024 and 2026, several UCC filings appeared in California public records tied to Intrepid Studios. UCC filings are typically used when a lender secures an interest in a company's assets. Public records show that multiple parties were involved, and at least one lender later appeared as a partial owner of the company. One UCC filing appeared in May of 2024, followed by another in August of 2025. As I was finishing this script, yet another was placed on January 14th, 2026. During the same timeframe, a legal action was filed by an individual seeking access to the company's financial records. As an investor in a California corporation, this type of request is legally allowed. That filing occurred in June of 2024 and was withdrawn in July of 2024. Public records also note that this same investor had previously placed a UCC on Intrepid Studios in 2020, which was later allowed to expire. Additionally, Intrepid Studios was temporarily suspended as a company by the state of California in April of 2024 and was later returned to good standing in November of 2024. During the same period, there was also a brief change in the individual serving as Chief Financial Officer. Shortly after these events, we began to see a much faster and more structured rollout of Alpha 2 for Ashes of Creation. The plan to begin Alpha 2 in October was announced very late, at the end of July 2024. In August of 2024, the Alpha 2 roadmap was publicly revealed. Phase 1 was scheduled to begin in October, Phase 2 in December, and Phase 3 was originally announced for May of 2025, before later being delayed to August. It is important to note that meeting the goals laid out in this roadmap proved to be difficult. The Steam Depot for Ashes of Creation was opened on October 20th, 2025.
It's a long video. Bro, you do not have to apologize for this video. This is the best video so far we've seen on this. This is 100%.
Thank you,
this has been absolutely the best video so far on this subject matter. Excuse me. Yo, Sanso, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. You do not have to apologize for delivering fantastic content, man. Come on.
A little over 2 months after Phase 3 began. According to reporting, the move to Steam Early Access was communicated internally to Intrepid Studios staff for the first time on October 30th. A scheduled development livestream was originally planned for that same day, but was ultimately delayed until November 14th. It was during that November livestream that the move to Steam Early Access was publicly announced. This announcement was notable because after the failure of APOC,
yeah, by the way, guys, if you want to drop a follow for Theory Forge, he's in the chat right now. He's the guy that made this video, so yeah, show the content creators some support, boys.
Sharif had previously stated multiple times that the studio would not return to Steam. Not long after the Steam announcement on November 23rd, Steven made a late-night post on X, where he publicly discussed the possibility of beta in 2026 for the first time. In December, he followed this up with interviews with multiple content creators where he repeated the same timeline. During an interview with Dusty Y, Steven Sharif was asked about his hopes for 2026. He responded by saying,
and then my hope is that we find great partners next year so that we can continue to deliver on established pipelines that we iterate on, that the community is receptive to and wants to see more of. And then that we find ourselves with significant progress towards a beta next year.
Steven did not clarify what he meant by great partners or who those partners might be. He was later interviewed by a group of creators that included Vladis Gaming, Nice Gaming, Lude Lloyd, and Zyback TV. During that interview, Steven expanded further on how the team is thinking about beta and release. He stated,
with regards to, us moving into beta, obviously our goal is to get to beta in a sustainable, quality-driven way, right?
Absolutely.
And our focus for beta is to establish the core systems of the project, but also making sure that we're answering our Kickstarter promises, because at the end of the day, this project was born from Kickstarter. And so at a minimum, those Kickstarter promises are going to be fulfilled.
He then added that some content or features introduced over time could potentially be pushed back to after release.
Now, to what degree that, content and features that we've, brought along the way might get deprecated for a post-release update, that's still outstanding conversation, right? And that changes literally on a month-to-month basis. So I can give you some answers here as it stands today, so long as every person listening understands that that is subject to change.
What stands out in these statements is the repeated emphasis on meeting Kickstarter goals as a minimum requirement for release. This was not the first time hints like this had appeared. During an August 2025 live stream, Steven Sharif spoke about beta as the next major milestone and said that development was now on a new track toward beta.
Your job is to provide a schedule, essentially a roadmap internally that looks towards the next big deliverable.
Yeah,
and that next big deliverable is beta when it comes to a phase. So we know there's a lot to get done with regards to that, but those plans,
It's the mic, man.
train is now on a new
the
track,
mic.
and that track is how we get to beta.
Fucking Radio
That same
Shack
month,
mic,
during an
man.
interview with Copium Clinic, Stephen brought up the topic of
I
exit
told you,
criteria
Hector.
for alpha without being
Never
prompted.
trust a man
He told
using
the
a
community
headset
to
mic.
look forward to next year when discussing plans around beta and launch.
Now the mind shifts. The mind is, how do we exit? And what does exit mean, right? What does it mean to move into beta? Once we get into beta, obviously then that's going to shift towards how do we launch?
Not long after that, Stephen was interviewed on Golden Feather Tavern, where he mentioned that the team already had the story for their first expansion mapped out. This stood out given that the game was...
Real quick, how many game developers do we have in chat? I have a question for you game devs out there. Anyone with experience on this matter, if I showed you or allowed you to play Ashes of Creation right now, like the current version of Ashes, and you had to guess how long this game was being developed for, what would be your guess? Now, I asked this specifically to game developers, and of course, non-game developers are primarily going to answer this, but still
in alpha testing at the time.
There's a few ways to
Yeah,
think about
true,
expansions.
true.
Obviously, from a storyline perspective, I think we have a pretty good handle of what the launch story is going to be, what the first update is going to be.
He later followed up with a comment on Discord
Everyone is a game
stating
developer
that
on
the
the
team
internet, yeah.
would talk more about beta and launch plans in January. So stepping back for a moment, here's why all of that matters.
Okay, tell
As
us.
we can see, there has been a growing amount of discussion and movement pointing toward a beta in 2026. We can also add to this how Ashes of Creation has performed during its first several weeks in Steam Early Access. As noted in my previous video, it appears that Early Access sales may have generated the equivalent of roughly 3 to 5 months of development spending. At the same time, we can see a steady decline in player concurrency. The growth of estimated owners has also slowed, which suggests that incoming cash flow is likely slowing as well. Total review counts are also beginning to slip. So where does all of this leave us heading into 2026 when it comes to beta and a potential launch? Before moving forward, there is another piece of history worth revisiting.
Okay.
During the previously mentioned interview with Dusty Y, Steven Sharif made several interesting comments about the business side of game development. When asked how Intrepid Studios plans to avoid the same outcome as other recently closed Western MMOs, Steven said,
Well, and
we're not. That's what he said. He said, we're not. We are going to follow suit and shut down in February. That's what he said. Sorry.
Intrepid has
Sorry.
unique history.
Oh, shit.
On one side, there's a level of financial independence that is not predicated, that has not historically been predicated on our engagement within the investing ecosphere of gaming. In order to bring to life this project.
What stands out here is his self-correction and the use of the word historically. This raises the question of whether that relationship with the investment ecosystem may now be changing. In the same discussion, Steven also noted that attracting investors requires showing both community engagement and sales, two things that can be demonstrated through a Steam Early Access launch.
They are dependent on publishers and investors. And those groups of people, they look to see, do you have a community behind you?
Definitely.
Do you have a consumer waiting to purchase the thing that you want?
During this conversation, he also mentioned Intrepid's introduction of AI into the development pipeline.
Now, we do use AI, and we have begun to adopt AI as much as we feel is appropriate. We have an AI council that we have internally, which is comprised of a number of our leads and directors, so that we are capable of properly evaluating the ramifications of certain AI usage and how it is being applied in the most respectful possible.
What the fuck is an AI council?
The way he's describing it, I'm not sure. It might be like this is like certain AI they just run stuff by. Like, hey Grok, is this a good idea type of thing?
You know, it'd be hilarious if the board of directors that he's referring to is the AI council. Grok, what do we do? Grok's like, shut this shit down. Shut this shit down, Steven. And he's like, oh no.
He was talking about like their use AI. I'm like, okay, that's nothing crazy. Then he said AI council.
Yeah.
Now you lost.
What the fuck is that?
When asked about the ideal size of the studio, Steven said,
You know, if I were to have answered that question 5 years ago, I would have said that our ideal target is about 250.
Wait, what,
and
250 what?
I held true to that for several years. And I don't think I would change that answer necessarily today.
while he does not directly say that the studio wants to reduce its workforce,
Oh,
it is
250
notable that he
employees. Oh,
frames
gotcha.
the 250 employee target in the past tense, referring to what he believed 5 years ago. He also went on to speak at length about outsourcing
Reading
portions of
Rainbow.
development.
And, you know, we've seen, of course, cyclical approaches in the development industry where, you know, you hire on a bunch and then you lay off a bunch and you hire on a bunch and you lay off a bunch. And Intrepid never wants to be in that position, right? And I think the best way to guard against that going forward for the outstanding needs that we have in additional support, development support, is to create good relationships with outsourced studios who can plug into our pipelines that we have generated and can, on a contract basis, help to support what our development needs require.
Another interesting pattern to look at is Intrepid's historical difficulty with meeting timelines, both in game development and as a company. We have already discussed how the company was previously suspended by the state of California due to missed deadlines. Because of that history, it stood out when Intrepid's next statement of information, originally due in May of 2026, was not only filed on time, but 5 months early, on December 30th, 2025. This filing means Intrepid will not need to submit another statement of information which lists the board of directors until May of 2027. That raises a simple but important question. Why the rush to complete this before the end of the year? There could be many explanations, but it does not match Intrepid's historical pattern. From a timeline perspective, Ashes of Creation has stretched from a 2017 Kickstarter with a 2018 target into nearly a decade of development, moving through multiple alphas, a full engine switch to Unreal Engine 5, and finally Steam Early Access in late 2025. Financially, Intrepid Studios has now publicly acknowledged roughly $90 million spent by mid-2020.
Do you think a large company will purchase the corpse of AOC and try to turn it into a game? No. If they do, I'd rather them invest in New World over Ashes, to be honest.
24, with ongoing burn estimated at about $3.2 million per month. Funded through a mix of Steven Sharif's personal capital, pre-orders, cosmetics, forgiven COVID loans, and at least some outside...
Yo, real quick, sorry to interrupt the video. Theory Forge, I see you in my chat right now. We're watching through this. If I were to ask you, point blank, straight up, no additional context, no nothing, do you think, based off of your research, do you think this was a scam or not? Do you think Ashes was a scam or not? So I guess what I'm asking you is this just incompetence, bad decisions, or was it a scam? I want to hear Theory's opinion. I want to know if Theory thinks it was a scam. I want to say incredibly poorly run from the start. I want to say incredibly poorly run from the start. Yes, I want to say, okay, but there is growing stuff that suggests maybe more was afoot.
I mean, I don't think anyone ever, like, thought that Steven would be an amazing, like, game director, right? Because he had no experience.
Sure,
at all, so.
sure.
And he made some questionable decisions along the way.
Investment. Since 2024, we've also seen clear business inflection points. UCC filings, brief corporate suspension, leadership changes, faster alpha rollouts, and a reversal of the long-standing no Steam stance. At the same time, Steven Sharif has increasingly framed 2026
Oh, you guys could... Yeah. I'll pull the mic up closer to home when he speaks. Sorry.
as a beta target, emphasized fulfilling
He said they don't
Kickstarter
need to hear
promises
him.
even if features are deferred, hinted at new partners and investors, discussed outsourcing and AI in development, and subtly shifted how he talks about staffing and financial independence. Taken together, the
I do read YouTube comments. It's just like, I don't get a lot of YouTube comments because I have less viewers on YouTube. Right? So so I read all the messages. It just pulls up from here. So as you can see, it's dominated by Twitch messages. So it's easier to miss.
timeline, spending pressure, and Steven's own words suggest a studio that has entered a new phase. One where beta planning, business structure changes,
I'm
and
reading.
financial stability
I read a lot
are
of
now
your guys'
tightly linked.
messages. I don't respond
At
to
this
all
point,
of them.
it's
though,
worth
because there's
pausing to
obviously a lot of
consider a
messages.
set of purely hypothetical
So, I do appreciate you
scenarios.
guys sharing
If
your
a
input.
studio were facing financial pressure, what kinds
It's
of
been pretty
outcomes might
constructive.
reasonably follow?
Not constructive, but it's
For
been
example,
pretty
what if cash flow constraints
non-toxic.
led to delays in planned Alpha 2 bonuses, shifting them from
Good to hear,
October
Barbie.
2025 into February of 2026? What if,
Listen
in an
to this part?
can you
Okay,
consider a
let's
set of
backtrack
purely
here.
hypothetical scenarios?
Okay.
If a studio were facing financial pressure, what kinds of outcomes might reasonably follow?
Okay, yeah.
For example, what if cash flow constraints led to delays in planned Alpha 2 bonuses, shifting them from October 2025 into February of 2026? What if, in an effort to ensure long-term stability, outside investors were brought in? What if that process resulted in the formation of a formal board of directors? And what if December played a key role and directly influenced how a beta in 2026 is being positioned? None of these points are presented as established facts. However, if developments like these were to occur at any game studio, they could have meaningful implications, potentially influencing oversight, accountability, and decision-making.
Absolutely.
Framed this way, these questions invite a broader discussion. Would circumstances like this change how we interpret a move to Steam Early Access?
If there was a huge shift on how this project was governed, who it was owned by, given that the central pillar of this project was always around, or was always established as transparency, communication, no corporate overlords, yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if there was a shift, you would have expected them to communicate that to their community, right? That's the thing. If there was no shift, end of discussion. It was just an elaborate fucking scam. If there was a shift, then where was that fucking communication? You know what I mean? Like, where was that information? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it just makes it more sus. It's like people feel betrayed, it's deceptive, a lot of that. But here's the thing, it's one or the other. It is quite literally one or the other.
Or how we understand development priorities heading into 2026. Even as hypotheticals, they highlight areas worth examining as the project continues to evolve. So with that recap and those hypotheticals on the table, the next question is pretty straightforward. If 2026 really is the year they are pushing toward beta, what does that actually look like in practice? And more importantly, what pressures could shape that decision? Based on the numbers we have already covered, Steam Early Access appears to have generated roughly 3 to 5 months of development spending on the high end. That's not nothing. That matters. But it also leads to a hard reality. If Steam Early Access was meant to help stabilize finances, then the runway it creates is not very long. And that runway gets even shorter if player concurrency keeps dropping and sales slow down, which is exactly what we are seeing now. So the core question becomes this: if Steam was meant to buy time, how much time did it really buy? And if that time is measured in months instead of years, what gets prioritized next? I've long said that beta would likely land in late 2026, and that release would be in 2027. But if the studio is looking at a tighter runway than expected, a faster push toward beta and release starts to make more sense from a business perspective, even if the game isn't ready from a player perspective. The reason is simple. Subscriptions are recurring revenue. a box price is a one-time payment. Subscriptions renew every month. And once subscriptions begin, cosmetics can continue to rotate alongside them. So even if you don't love the idea of rushing, it's not hard to understand why a studio might feel pressure to move in that direction sooner. That's the tension I keep coming back to. The financial model rewards getting to subscriptions quickly, but the state of the game rewards patience. The part I worry about most, though, is what happens to the team. This is where my biggest concern sits, and it's not about drama, it's about people. If we take Steven's recent comments seriously about AI being added to the development pipeline, about outsourcing content creation, and about how he once believed 250 employees was the ideal target, those aren't neutral topics. Those are the exact areas companies talk about when they're looking for efficiency, cost control, or scalability. And if Steam Early Access only bought a few months of runway, then the number of levers a studio can pull becomes very limited. You either increase revenue, reduce burn, or both. Reducing burn usually means some mix of slowing hiring, restructuring, outsourcing work, or...
Okay, guys, I'm going to start a poll here. I just want to get your guys' opinions on this. Your thoughts on Ashes. It was a scam or it was incompetence / bad practice? What do you guys think? Vote it up. Let's see what you guys think. We got a couple thousand people in the chat, so it'd be nice to see what you guys think. What the majority think.
Cutting staff.
2-minute poll. It's going to be pretty short.
Are planned. It means these are the levers studios talk about when margins tighten. This is where those earlier hypotheticals come back into focus. If a studio were dealing with cash flow pressure, and if
hold on, actually, good call. I could have put both. Fuck, Ferrix, can you? I guess you can end the poll and start a new one, Ferrix, if you want.
Things like bonuses were delayed into early 2026. You can see why people start asking uncomfortable questions about timing, staffing, and internal changes. To be clear, I'm not accusing anyone of anything.
On Discord,
I'm saying the pattern itself is what makes people uneasy. If beta is pushed faster, what are the real blockers? Even if the studio tries to move quickly, the game still has hard limits that don't care about schedules. From where we are now, the two biggest barriers to a real beta are clear. First is server stability and large-scale performance.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, YouTube, you guys can't vote.
If PvP breaks down under load, or if the game can't handle density, then the entire promise of Ashes collapses under its own weight.
Fire right now? Of course.
This has to improve in a major way. Second is botting, hacking, and enforcement tools. Right now, enforcement appears heavily manual. If players believe...
I don't know about you guys, but Hone, maybe you can give me your opinion on this as someone... Because did you play the early access? You didn't, right?
Played for a day.
Oh, you played for a day. That's right. Was there anyone else that felt like the way the Steam early access launch was marketed, the way people were handling it, the way people were talking about it, did anyone else feel like it was low-key kind of the launch of the game? For me, it kind of did. It didn't feel like, oh, this is just now the alpha test that's available on Steam, even though that's what they said it was. Like, to be clear here, that is what they said it was. But to me, it almost kind of felt like it was their launch. Yeah, you agree, Theory? Yeah? Yeah, to me, it did. As a consumer of the product, it felt like, oh shit, this is it. Had a video planned to talk exactly about that, didn't get recorded in time. Okay, I'm looking forward to watching it, Theory. Yeah, it felt like that to me. It really did.
And real money trading,
I'll be honest, it really
did. They won't stay, and they definitely won't subscribe. I'll say this plainly. If a game can't protect its economy and competitive space, players will treat it like it has no rules. Once that happens, you've lost the foundation needed for a long-term MMO. Those aren't the only issues in the game, but right now, they're the ones that decide whether the word beta actually means anything. Another thing that stood out in Steven's recent interviews is the growing focus on what looks like minimum viable product thinking, even if it wasn't always labeled that way. We heard that some features could be pushed to post-release. We heard repeated reminders that plans are subject to change. We saw a stronger emphasis on fulfilling Kickstarter promises at a minimum, even if other content gets deferred. That points to a possible future where release becomes more modular. Stabilize the core systems, deliver the minimum promised scope, ship earlier, and add content later. That approach can work. Some would argue it's the only realistic way Western MMOs survive long term. But it does come with a cost. It changes what launch means. and it changes what many longtime followers thought they were waiting for. Steven has said we'll hear more about beta and launch plans during the January livestream. And I'll be honest, the fact that launch is even being discussed is what really caught my attention. Because in terms of content, systems, polish, and stability, this game is nowhere near what most players think of as launch ready. That livestream matters not because we need a perfect roadmap, but because we need clarity. Even simple answers would help. Are we still thinking late 2026 for beta or sooner? What is considered minimum viable product for beta and for launch? What systems are non-negotiable? What gets deferred? What does success actually look like from here? And do you announce new partnerships with investors and the formation of a new board of directors? Is it announced that Steam Early Access allowed Intrepid to find new investors that gives us more development time? Hopefully this roadmap will answer a lot of questions and calm a lot of anxiety and fear. Because right now, the pattern looks like a studio entering a new phase, one where timelines, staffing, and business strategy are more tightly connected than ever before. So with everything on the table, the history, the numbers, and the risks, here's where I land. I want to end this the same way I started. This isn't a hate video. This isn't doom. I still have hope, and I genuinely believe there are improvements that could make the experience meaningfully better without needing a miracle. Real stability gains, economy and crafting tweaks, quality of life fixes, better PvE loops using the content we already have, and PvP incentives that create real conflict instead of constant crate running drama. Can they make the game feel meaningfully better in 6 months? Yes, I think they can. But whether they do it in the right way depends on the choices they make next, and whether the push toward beta is being driven by readiness or by runway. And that's why 2026 is the year that matters. As always, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and share, and I'll see you in Vera.
Guys, do me a favor. This is absolutely the best video we have for the Ashes of Creation going on right now. This is definitely the... Wait, this is... This was posted... When was this posted? Brother, you posted this 2 weeks ago? Jesus, man. Yeah, I'm going to link it again. I'm spamming it in the chat. Looking forward to your follow-up video. I am. Guys, this is a great video. It really was. Let's show this man some support. He's in my chat right now. He's at, where was he?
Ashes of Creation.
3,500 subs. Great video, man. I think this is definitely the go-to video. He already knew. Absolutely, yeah. I think this is for sure the go-to video for this right now. All right, guys. Here it is. You want to hear my thoughts? We've looked into this a decent bit for a few hours now. Here are my thoughts. So I never thought this was a scam before. I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I did not think it was a scam. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I wasn't glazing the game. It really depends on when you heard me give my opinion on it. When people were asking me my rating on the game at face value during the early access launch, I gave it a 3. 3 out of 10. It was broken. It wasn't working. I stopped playing because of that, mainly because of that. But I never thought it was a scam. I just thought it was taking longer than normal because, MMOs take a long time to develop, and it's not guaranteed to develop a successful MMO. And anyone that's trying to pursue, that developing an MMO from scratch with zero experience, I'm going to give them a certain level of respect, right? Obviously, if it were a scam, all of that goes out the window. Like I said, I didn't think it was a scam. Fast forward to today, February 1st, 2026, based off of what has happened in the last day and based off of all of the information. And for me, I'm going more based off of objective information, what information is out there that we can actually form opinions around. I think it is a scam. I think it was a scam. I think it's up to Steven to prove to me, for me, like some of you guys don't care, some of you guys disagree with this, that's fine. I think it's up to, for me personally, I think it's up to Steven to prove that it wasn't a scam. And if it doesn't, it still doesn't end well, because the only way for him to prove to me that it wasn't a scam is if he can prove that he did lose majority equity ownership of his company. And if that is the case, then why wasn't that communicated? You know, like saying that you sold shares of a company, that's not confidential information. Saying that you are no longer in control of a company and you're just the CEO, that's not confidential. That's not information that has to be kept secret. You know what I mean? So it's either he does own the company and this is just a narrative that he's spinning to end the scam, or he did lose control of the company and that just opens another fucking, you know, like that just, we spiral into something else entirely different from that. Well, maybe not entirely different, but that's a whole nother conversation to be had, right? That now it's like the transparency, the communication, all that stuff, like why. And even then, he could still be scamming. Like this could still be a scam, even if he did sell his shares, right? And lost ownership of the company. Like if he can prove that he does not own majority shares of his company, then that still doesn't actually disqualify the that still doesn't disqualify the fact that this could still be a scam, right? It could still be a scam even if he did sell it, is essentially what I'm saying. So if he can prove that he sold his company, then there's a chance that it wasn't a scam, but it's still, like I said, it still doesn't end well. If he can't prove it, then it was absolutely. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it personally, based off of all the things that we've seen today. And it's disappointing, man. It's disappointing. It is. I wanted the game to do well, and I genuinely did not think it was a scam. So, for those of you who are in the chat that are saying, I told you it was a scam, even a broken clock hits, you know what I mean? No, you're right. 100%. You're right. If you want to get your I told you so's in here, fair. You've earned it. Okay. I believe, no, you're right. That's what I'm going to say.
About every single game they finally get
yeah, they finally get one right. Yeah. But hey, this is your moment. That's, you know, it is your moment. Yeah, get it in. I'm gonna take a piss. Here, hold on. You talk to it for a second.
Did you just take
yes,
that?
but the caffeine.
Dude, his setup is so scuffed. Holy shit. Hey, do you see the chair he has me sitting on? Can you see that? It's like a school chair. My back is fine. I'm not old like him. I just want you guys to know yesterday, Tough in the chat, he sold us on a board game. He sold. He made us lose. We lost to Kanon and Jenny. Because of Tough. Why am I wearing a mask? Just because I don't want my face on the internet. Prostate check. Yeah, you should get your prostate check.
Yeah, it's just my freaking.
You want me to help you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Help me get my prostate checked?
Yeah.
Wait, why? I got it checked. I got everything checked. Yeah. I'm good. Tell them to start Project Gorgon. Yeah, we're gonna play some Project Gorgon. I want to check it out. And then I'm not gonna be able to stream for too long today. I got about another hour and a half or so. I do want to, because I want to hang out with Honed a little bit. Today's his last day. Did you get any payouts yet for the referrals, or will that also not happen? From Ashes? Were we supposed to get payouts? I don't know. I didn't really give out my referral code. I didn't even know that was a thing.
I think like the biggest thing Ashes suffered from is something called scope creep.
So it's something called what?
Scope creep.
Scope creep.
Yes. And
What's that?
It's something that you, as a company, and like if you're designing any kind of product, it's something you always have to watch out for. Where it started as one idea, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and they wanted to add more and more and more stuff. But they never really defined what's called like an MVP, a minimum viable product.
Okay.
So they never set their MVP. This is what we work for, and then we release. They always kept wanting to add more and more and more stuff.
Sounds like Star Citizen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of products suffer from that.
Yeah.
So they just.
Oh, thank you for the $50. Siren, thank you for the 50. I appreciate that. Thank you. I will use that $50 to buy Honed an order of large French fries, because apparently that's how much it costs here to be in Canada. Everything is so goddamn expensive compared to Asia. Thank you for the $50. Thank you, Siren. Thank you. Okay, well. Wow. Truffle fries again. That weren't truffle.
That was a scam.
That was a scam. It wasn't. I mean, to be fair, it was good. It was a good scam, but it was technically a scam. Use how you want. Thank you, Siren. Thank you. Dude, Pirate immediately threw them under the bus. I don't know. I felt I read something from him, and it was a little cringe. I don't know. Yeah. It sounded like I'm not sure. Maybe you pull up his tweet, but check your DM Discord later. Okay, I'll check it out later. We're gonna find this Ashes news to read up on. There's a video that we just watched. You can pull it back in my VOD too. Here's a link to the video again. This is probably the best information we have so far, the best video in regards to the Ashes situation at the moment. Yeah, this is definitely the best thing we have. Oh, now the question is, Project Gorgon, guys. How long do you think we're gonna actually play? Let's play. Let's do it. Let's do some Project Gorgon, guys. Let's do some Project Gorgon. Yeah. Yeah, all right, let's do some Project Gorgon. For those of you who are not aware, right now, there's a brand new fresh start server for the 1.0 release of Project Gorgon. I don't think I'm going to like it, but it is a fresh start server, so we'll try. We'll give it a go. For those of you who are just joining in the stream for the Ashes content, appreciate you for joining. I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. Don't forget to follow, by the way. Project Gorgon Fresh Start server. Is this game any good? Question mark. Is this the next scam? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, fresh start. Yeah, guys, I don't know. We'll play this. We'll give this a go. I don't really see myself playing much of Gorgon. It doesn't seem like my type of MMO, but we're gonna give it a go. Let's give it a let's give it a look. Yeah. Uh-oh, I hear someone. A wild Boba Jenny has appeared. Hey Jenny, do you think Ashes of Creation is a scam?
Yes.
Oh. Hello, Boba J. You looking mighty nice today.
I was filming.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't get the door. I had to message him.
You left me outside.
I'm sorry. I had to put on my eyebrows. I knew all along.
Jenny, were you calling it a scam from the beginning?
I mean, I kind of gave it the benefit of the doubt.
That's what I did.
But all the arrows kind of point to like, okay, it's a nothing.
I feel like originally, like it was never, like obviously I don't think their plan was ever to be a scam. It's just like confidence led it to be a scam.
You think so? You think that's what it was?
Yeah.
Really?
Like it wasn't their intention to scam. They really wanted to develop something, but
Okay.
they couldn't get what they wanted in the end. makes it a scam if they scam people, right? You know, but
Sure.
like that's what they're intending.
Right, I get what you mean by yeah.
I think it's also because there are games that cost less that were more successful, less time too.
Hmm.
So why did they take so much money and time? Where did
Because-
that go?
I was just talking about that earlier because they kept wanting to
I
add
can't
more
move
and
this
more
o-
stuff to the game.
What?
I'm trying,
Oh,
guys.
sorry.
I can't.
I'm saying there are games that cost just as much or less time that's already come out. So why did they have such a stunt in their growth? You know what I mean? You zoned out.
No, I'm listening. I'm letting you guys speak. Exactly, she gets it. Okay. All right. What are you doing today? Are you you're streaming, right? Yeah. But you're gonna stream after, though, right?
I'll stream after we bring home to the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I got time, right? Huh? 4 p.m. I thought it was 5 p.m. 4? Okay. Okay. All right. Maybe we do Project Gorgon tomorrow then, guys.
Oh, you were Gorgoning?
I was about to, but I mean,
This game looks...
it's okay. We can save this for
Actually what it
tomorrow.
looks like?
Huh?
Is that actually what it looks like?
Here, let me go. Let me show you guys.
From the minds that brought you Asheron's Call, Star Trek Online,
We do.
EverQuest
That's
2,
because we're like only a
comes
year apart.
Truly original journey. Experience a world rich in discovery, limited only by your determination. Forge a path as unique as yourself. Band together to explore the boundless wilderness and create.
What is this video?
I don't. That's what it is.
Just skip ahead. Is there gameplay?
Huh?
Is there gameplay?
Create an economy from the.
I think so. This is
And
this
with
is the
over
game.
10 world zones and more than 35
This
dungeons.
is
so
the game.
far, there's always
Yes, they
something
can.
new to discover, whether solo or
They're
in a
looking
group.
at it right now.
Turning the MMO genre on its head, Project Gorgon has done away with the traditional class system, instead allowing the player to shape their character the way they see fit. Want to be a great swordsman? Simply start using a sword to level up your swordsmanship. Change your mind and want to be
Okay, listen, it's an old school, it's a different audience, guys. Okay, give it a fair shake.
Still alive?
Listen, you know what? It's probably better than Ashes, though. It's gonna
It's probably not.
Actually, you're right. It probably is. Okay, but it's going to outlive Ashes.
Are you sure?
That part I know is for sure. 100% is going to at least outlive it. All right, guys, listen up. I gotta go. I'm gonna go take Honed out for some nice food. We're gonna go to the Cheesecake Factory. Yes, it is. It's delicious. So we're gonna hang out with Hone since it's his last day here. He's leaving tomorrow, and then tomorrow. Sorry if you're here for Project Gorgon. Tomorrow we're gonna start on the Fresh Start Project Gorgon 1.0 launch server. So come join me for that. If you guys are looking for more MMOs to play, different MMOs to play, just MMO content in general, come watch me on Twitch. We're streaming MMO content literally daily. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to send you guys over to Stoops. I think he's doing some Ashes of Creation reacts too, so you guys can talk to him. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Another 6 hours?
Another 6 hours of it. Yep, that's right. All right, you guys want to say?
Bye. Bye.
Goodbye.
All right, guys, thanks for watching. Don't forget to follow the stream, and I will see you all tomorrow. Peace.